Hey, we're back with another episode of Water. I'm pretty excited to see if we finally get to the quote unquote lore dump that I've been waiting for. We've had like the past two episodes. It's been like, yeah, I think we're gonna get to it. I'm excited, and then something ends up happening and it doesn't actually get to that part. Um, but Owen has all of the books literally in hand, so I think it's gonna come about this episode. So I'm very excited for that. Before we jump into everything, though, I'm gonna let everybody introduce themselves and their characters. Um, and we always start with the top left. So, Alex, tell us a little bit about Susie and yourself.
Hello, I'm Alex. I'm a digital artist. You can find me around. I'm playing Susie Nanya, who is 15-year-old. She's carrying a knife. And she's currently down one arm still. And trying to learn from the only adult who seems to actually listen to her now. So congratulations, TC, you made a friend. A stabby little friend.
It's true.
A stabby minion.
Always make friends with the one with a knife.
That's a good policy in general for sure. And then did you say something about yourself already? Sorry, I just spaced it. About art stuff.
Oh, I was just gonna do that afterwards and stuff. I didn't think it was a big deal that I ended up getting on the cover of a magazine that's produced out of Johns Hopkins, and I do finally have a link if anybody wants to buy it and stuff. It's like $20 for the copy. I don't make any money off of it, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's very cool. Definitely throw that into into chat if you can. All right, and then next we've got Zan. Tell us a little bit about TC and yourself.
Yeah, so I'm Zan. I'm a professional DM and content creator for 5e World of Darkness, powered by the Apocalypse, and a whole bunch of other really cool games out there. If you want to find me, you can catch me here now or over on Polished Cryptid's channel at 3 o'clock in the morning, U.S. Central Time, Tuesdays and Fridays. Or you can find me on my website or Twitter, my website, insanitygaming.com, or my Twitter at insanityttrpg. On the Twitter, I actually have a really fantastic poll going, and if everybody could hop over there and answer some questions about a weird, super violent Pokemon game that I'm trying to make, I would super appreciate it. And yeah, I'm playing not Wilfred. Oh, not Wilfred anymore. That's a hard habit to break. I'm playing TC, who is a gruff but not uncaring person. Believes that sometimes measures have to be taken to get results, but actively wants to make sure that everyone else on this island survives. Well, mostly everyone else on this island survives. Yeah, he's getting real. Like, this is not really his element, but it's also not his element either. And I think now that he's been introduced to the Fabricator, we're gonna see a little bit more chaos happening. Yeah, that's my stuff.
Awesome. Next, normally we would have Pat, who plays Owen. He should be joining us a bit later. Definitely go check out his Twitter at AttackTrick. Very cool individual. Also go check out Leopold the Just on Twitter. He plays Lyle. He's got a lot of other things going on Tuesdays this season, so he's not able to make it every week. But he should hopefully be popping in every so often throughout this season. Yeah, he's fantastic. Definitely go give him a follow. And then we'll hop over to Econorlax. Tell us a little bit about Allison and yourself.
Hello, everybody. I'm Econorlax. I play TTRPGs with whoever of the wonderful people of Twitch will have me. And between the TTRPG games, I stream chill base farm or camp building games on my own stream. This time I will definitely stream this week. I decided that whatever happens, I do stream. Setting myself hoops to jump through is pointless. So yeah, because I need to do it, because both TTRPGs and my own streams serve me as platform to facilitate three things: meeting new friends and getting better at talking with them and talking in general and reducing my social anxiety. I took some time talking about myself because I don't have much to tell about Alison yet, without spoiling the surprises for my friends, because she has just stepped out of the cryopod. So what is known about Alison is she's a young woman of not big posture, and she has some nursing training, and that's all so far.
All right. And then last but not least, excuse me, Jay, tell us a little bit about Tamsin and yourself.
Hello, I'm Jay, Aurelian Jays. I am a writer with a very squeaky chair, a role player, and a game dev. You can find me on Twitter very occasionally and on itch.io/alienjays as well. Or is it Jalian? It's Jalian on that one. Consistency is for bread. I'm playing Tamsin, who is a astrophysicist who is way out of her depth and is routinely and more consistently tired of the shit on this planet and just wants to go, not even necessarily home, but she wants to get off this planet. There's just too much drama. And that has only been exacerbated by meeting the new recruit and having to basically info dump on her. Hey, by the way, the water will kill you. The things in the water will kill you, and probably the things on the land will kill you. It's a wonder most of us are alive. Welcome. So she's not exactly good at being the matriarch of the group, but she's trying and succeeding somewhat.
All right. And that just leaves me. So I'm Raven. I'm the creative director for the Raven Evermore, which is my brand for all the various things I do, most of which are tabletop related. There's a ton of different things that you can check out. My link tree is right there in chat for all of that. And then also, before we jump into everything, sponsors. Mention them real quick. So there's Fundamental RPG, which is the system that this game is built on, the second edition, which comes out the first week in March. It's available for pre-order up until the end of this month for the discounted price, and then after that the price goes up a little bit, and that can be found at coffee.com/raven/shop, just like it says at the bottom left hand corner of the screen. You just add a /shop to the end of that, and you can find the pre-order stuff there, as well as Intrepid, which is our other sponsor, which is adventuring gear for IRL or real life. So if you like outdoor, athletic, or casual wear with a tabletop or adventuresome theme, there's some cool stuff in there. We've got some more like classic tabletop class shirts and things like that are on there that are pretty cool. Definitely go check that out. And then if you need to get caught up on Water or any of the other shows that we have, you should be able to watch that very soon on the Fantasy Network at watch.thefantasy.network/videos. And that should be in chat as well. It'll pop up in a second on its own. But yeah, so you can check out previous episodes of this show, other shows, and the entirety of past shows that we've done as well. And that should be up there any day now. In the meantime, you can catch those on YouTube. Just look for Black Feather Guild on YouTube. But any day now, they'll be moving over to the Fantasy Network. All that out of the way, I also play all of the various environmental hazards that our group are facing. Currently, to give a quick recap, the party has found an island. This is the second island that they've found since they've crashed on the planet. This one seems to show signs of a past civilization, with sort of a village of houses that are deceptively simple, They've been made to be very rustic and sort of blend in with the environment and everything. But they clearly have been made by somebody who had equivalent or superior technology to what our human crew has here. And then Owen last week ran into sort of a humanoid figure, which was unclear on if it was more like a primate or actually humanoid, having the ability to communicate with language and things like that. But it had sort of pale blue skin, white hair, and it had humanish looking eyes, except they were completely black, and it had a long snake-like tongue. It was easily startled by Owen and ran off. And then the words are hard. Oh my goodness, my brain just went blank. The common thread, a comment, is that the tongue didn't look friendly. So anyways, Owen was able to find a bunch of they're like stone carved tablets, but much like everything else that the crew has found, it's probably not quite as simple as that. But it has some sort of writing on there. It looks like history of the village. So with that, the rest of the group had retrieved Allison from the cryo section of the ship that had crashed on a sandbar, and kind of all getting back together at the village. I can't remember if we left off before the morning or after, but once you're all back together, what do you all do?
Are we supposed to be level 12?
That is a great question.
I have no idea.
I'm at level 10 right now, and I'm like, I think I'm too low levels.
Are we level 12?
I'm still level 10.
I think everybody was 10 when I was checking.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that seems right. So we had just gotten back. TC and myself had just gone up to look for Owen. Is that right? That's what happened last week, right?
Yeah. You found
Okay.
Owen. Owen explained a little bit of what was going on.
Right.
TC asked if you had remembered to grab the second bed,
Fucking beds. Ugh.
and that's I think where we ended it was right.
That
about
was
there.
where we ended it. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think first thing Tamsin's doing in the morning is probably going to get some, going back to the fridge to maybe make some more beds.
All right. Real quick, thanks so much, Doc Alejandro, for the $15 donation to buy some crits for the cast. The caption was, "Let's even things up and give some crits to the cast." So that'll put you all at 3, which ties us up in terms of crits. Thank you so much. Okay, so Tamsin is wanting to go back to the fridge to make some beds. Who else wants to go?
That's where the fabricator is, right?
Yeah, because we didn't have any power.
Well, actually, Susie's gonna set up the stuff that she got from her base, which is like the salt, the water purifier, and the solar panels, and the fabricator, and because she dismantled it. Remember?
Right.
Right, okay.
So she has enough stuff to make a small base just off the beach.
Oh, that's right. I think you had started doing some of that at the end of the last session too. Now that I remember.
We started moving it over. We hadn't actually done anything with it.
Okay.
We were gonna set it up though, so it was near the teleporter. So if you came into the teleporter, you can just hop in, grab some water if you need it.
Gotcha. One thing to note: so the desalinator does have to be in water, or have one side of it in water to function.
Mm-hmm. What is the nearest water source near the or in that case it isn't going to work too well up there, so we're going to have to use it out by the ocean then. Mostly
Yeah.
because we want the salt at this point.
You could potentially, with a tech engineering role, you could modify the blueprint to try and make it so that it'll you could pour water into it, so you could potentially just transport seawater up to it that way.
Good idea. And there's probably like a small pump that we could use. We could probably modify the air pump to pump salt water up.
Yeah, that would be a very easy modification.
So Susie is taking her proposal to find Tamsin.
Why
All
me?
right.
Why does it need my approval?
Because I don't have any tech engineering.
Oh, okay, that's fair. I
And
was aware. I
Boris
was
is
like,
gone.
I was
and
like,
Boris
Tamsin
is
doesn't
gone.
know shit. Wow.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My cat is upset that the wife is gone right
That's
now.
totally
and
fine.
She's doing her thing.
That's totally fine. It's my favorite noise cats make. So if we have all that stuff back at the the village, I think Tamsin would probably just be like sitting out on the bridge again because she's having a hell of a time keeping calm, and the bridge is helping with that. So that's probably where you find her.
Susie does not like this bridge. It makes her head feel weird. She doesn't like that.
It's very
So
fair.
she's setting off to the edge. Tamsin.
Oh, Susie, morning.
So there's a problem with setting up the desalinator by the teleporter, but I think I have a solution.
Okay.
I just need your help.
What do you need my help with?
I need you to alter the blueprint on the desalinator so it can have somebody like dump water into it and possibly modify an air pump to work as a water pump so I can set it up that way.
So you want to pump water all the way from the ocean all the way up to the teleporter?
Well, it's where you all wanted the desalinator put.
I'm just making sure I understand what's going on.
Are you mad at me?
No? Tamsin's kind of just slowly rocking her head back.
Yeah, and
forth.
that is what's freaking the fuck out of
Yeah,
Susie
and
right now.
she's not really looking at Susie. She's doing that like kind of looking out the corner of her eye, but it's not malicious. It's just kind of a, oh hey, how's it going? So yeah, she'll slowly stand up and she'll stretch. She takes like a good 2 minutes to fully stretch out and then comes to meet you on your side of the bridge. And as soon as she's off the bridge, her demeanor is kind of like someone, it's kind of like when you get out of bed and it's cold outside, but your bed was warm. It's kind of that sudden like, okay, let's go have a look.
Susie goes with you to the we're gonna have to go over to the well, she's got the base building thing, which is how she just so gonna have to alter it through that. So she hands it over.
Okay. Yeah, would you like me to just make a tech engineering on that, Raven?
Yeah.
We have 3 crits. We have 3 crits.
Oh,
You do.
it's fine.
So just as a heads up, so another way that you can do it, just because I had the thought, you can either alter the blueprint with tech engineering, or once it's already built, you could use mechanical engineering to try to modify it.
I'll use
after
tech.
it's built.
My
So-
tech is way higher, so.
I
figured.
you know, it's a shame that it hasn't come up, but I one of us has training in hydraulics.
Of course he does. Well, we could always go and get TC, but I think Tamsin will try it first, just to
Okay.
stretch her mind.
Yeah, go ahead and give it a shot.
On a 4, I get a 23, so there's that. Yeah, I'm gonna use a D6 on that if everyone's okay with that.
Good call.
Yeah. I could tell just from the way you said I was like, that's not a good result, is it?
Which
That's well, may need TC's help after all.
so that puts you in a 24. We'll do this. So it's a partial success. You are able to modify it to accept like water poured into it. So it's basically got like a little basin that sort of kind of just juts off the side of it. If you had a full success, I was going to have it set up to where you could just literally screw in a pipe and attach it to the air pump thing. But
Fair.
A little less efficient than that.
Okay.
But it still gets the job done.
Okay, I'm cool with that. So Tamsin will hand it back to Susie. Like, well, I think that should work for now. Maybe once it's working, we'll see how better to fix it. And then, she'll look at Susie like, did you need anything else? Or, are you good?
Nope, she's already back off to work.
Okay, cool.
She's
Tamsin
trying desperately to prove to the adults that, look, I'm an adult, see?
Meanwhile, the adults are all like sitting around doing nothing.
Getting stoned on a bridge.
Listen, we've had a very tough time.
Did TC see Susie go up and talk to Tamsin? Or do they have to walk back together through the thing, through the kind of the settlement area to get to this?
Probably.
I mean, because if TC would have definitely just looked and given thumbs up.
Susie tries to do a secret thumbs up off to the side, so Tamsin doesn't see it.
There you go. And yeah, welcome in, Pat. I've got you back on the overlay now, so everyone can see you. And then did you want to go ahead and try to alter the air pump as well? So you pump water instead of air?
Yes, but I don't have any tech or engineering. This is why Susie got help.
Oh my god. You get like halfway down the hill and you're like, shit.
I'm just like, oh, for fuck's sake. It's like, Tamsin, I need your help with the water pump too. I don't know how to do this.
Tamsin was walking back to go and find TC. So she's like halfway across the bridge. So when you say it to her, she's like, oh, okay. Yeah, that seems fine. And then she'll come back off the bridge, do another like, oh, the real world's terrible. And she'll have a look at the scanner again.
That's amazing. 29, yeah. Oddly enough, this was the easier of the two, and you got the higher roll. Basically,
I can't give you attention right now.
It's just a matter of reversing the suction on the air pump, and you're able to make it so that the pump will float basically on top of the water. As it normally works, but instead of pumping air down, it just pumps water out, and then you'll just need piping to get it all the way up to the teleporter. And you'll probably need let's see, one thing with the pipe makes, was it 5 pipes? Yeah. So it's 3 titanium for 5 pipes, and you'll probably need 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 pipes, I think, to get it all the way up to where the teleporter is.
That's way less than I was expecting.
Awesome. This time Susie is abusing the fuck out of the teleporter.
Could you clarify what that means?
She has the teleporter recall button. So every time she gets enough stuff, she goes and she teleports and dumps it on the floor in there. And uses the teleporter to go back and collect more stuff, then dump it on the floor, and then take it to where she needs to, and then come back to the teleporter, dump it on the floor until it's all ready to go.
All right. Are you going out and getting new titanium for these, or do you already have titanium set aside for it?
I don't have titanium set aside for it that I know of right now, and I think most of the other titanium is going to be needed for other things. So she's
All right.
probably going to have to go back out and scavenge a bit,
Okay.
which means she's also going to grab some dead fish parts.
Okay. If you would like to just go out and scavenge, like in the safer sections of the shallows,
Mhm.
I'll just say if you want to take like half a day to do that,
Yep.
you can just get enough titanium for what you're wanting to do, and there's no like, I mean, there's always danger, but there's no like mechanical danger to you to do that.
Susie will grab Lyle to escort her.
Okay.
And just
That
be
sounds
like,
good.
you can just have Quackers swim in the little pond.
That sounds perfect. And then I'll just say, yeah, you can alter one of the pipe blueprints to make sort of like a curved one, so that it just sort of like
Mhm.
curves down into that basin.
Perfect.
All right, and I had a note on that. Oh, never mind. I made a mental note for myself. It's just for me. You don't have to worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Of course.
So that's what Susie and Lyle are doing for a good chunk of the day. What about TC, Owen, and Allison? And is Tamsin just hanging out on the bridge, or is Tamsin going to do something?
No, Tams is going to do something. I'll wait till they decide what they're doing.
Okay.
Well, if nobody's using that fabricator, I think we're gonna try some stuff out, and we're gonna see what sticks to the wall here. Oh yeah. Raven, if we are not on a watch list by the end of this stream,
dear.
then I have not done my job right. So I am going to use. Oh no, is that all we have in the group inventory, Jay?
Unfortunately, yes, that's all we have.
Oh,
If people have individual inventories, then they haven't mentioned them. That's all I know in terms of what we have collectively.
oh, I for
Everyone's been
sure
a bit busy
don't.
with not dying recently.
Yeah. Okay. So in that case, we've got some stuff to do. Some
And
stuff
I've-
to do today.
I'm more than fine with the party saying we're going to take the next 3 days to gather resources or something like that, and we just fast forward through it.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need.
I'm kind of in for that. Maybe a little in between of what the fuck are those books, Owen?
Yeah.
Yeah. We just sort of gloss over what happens. You just get some resources, and we go forward.
Mhm.
Is it, with those books, since we're on that subject, I forget, am I the only one that can read those?
I think so.
Right.
Yeah.
Great. Owen loves reading. That's what he wants to be spending this time doing. I'd probably, since Lyle has been pulled to escort Susie, I'll probably set up shop with the books by the teleporter. I could be translating and also making sure Wilfred doesn't show up.
Okay, that's fair. All right, and then is anybody going to like give Allison the tour of the village, or help her get acclimated to the surroundings?
She's just gonna wake up and everybody's just like gone doing stuff.
I swear to God, if y'all knows getting me on this.
I am definitely gonna hang around.
For your information, I've been touching my nose ever since Raven asked.
Owen will give her a nod and then continue doing.
Oh
what
my
he was doing.
God.
Well,
Yeah, you know what you're doing.
technically, where did I wake up?
I
Because you
assume in
put
one of
me
the
to
houses.
sleep like a baby.
Yeah,
Oh, we
village
have houses.
somewhere. Yeah.
So no beds.
No, but
there's like a bed
unless you took
frame.
Susie's bed.
Yeah, there's the bed frame, but no mattress.
Yeah, so you just hear some sobbing coming from Alison's hut.
Oh no.
I'll post up outside her hut, and if it's that loud, and I'll kind of busy myself getting the meat off the fish skin from the nights before, because that's good leather. We don't want to lose that leather, and I'll do that loudly enough to know that for her to know that there is someone outside, but I am not going to knock on that door.
Okay.
Okay. Well, if no one else is bloody doing it, Tamsin is probably not. She's probably near the bridge. She's probably not sitting on it because she realizes that that's counterintuitive. I just had the weirdest flashback to a Doctor Who episode. Sorry. There was a long story. So Tamsin will go and knock on the door of Allison's house. Like, hello, Allison, are you okay? You know, see if she's, I don't know, hurt herself because no one else has checked.
No, I'm just sobbing. And please enter.
Okay, yeah, Tamsin will come in and she'll go up to where Allison's sleeping, or her room at least.
So she's curled up in the corner. It's exactly like he said. I woke up and I was still here. This is real, right? And I mean, the company has to come for us, right? They will save us.
So, and this is partly me not remembering. Did we tell you the math on when they would even be able to show up yesterday?
No.
So Tamsin will kind of sit down near her. She'll not sit right next to her, but very close. So when we first got to the fridge that we were at yesterday, and I did some math on where we ended up, where we crashed, and where we were supposed to be, it would take about 8 months for Bosco to even know that we didn't make it, let alone send another search party, which could take anywhere from another 8 to 12 months at best.
What? No, that can't be true.
It
No.
can, and I mean, within plus or minus it is, unfortunately, which is why we need to work on getting ourselves off this planet.
She has this look at her face that tells she won't say it aloud, but we're all gonna die, right?
Mm-hmm. And Tamsin will do this kind of a maybe look, like a it's possible, but she won't say it. She'll just kind of.
And this thing about aliens shooting our spaceship, that's also true?
Well, not shooting, but yeah, they, as far as we can tell, they brought us down. Well, not the aliens we've met, but the system they're locked in. They're prisoners?
Well,
and this is a prison planet? Yeah.
how do you know all this? She's like having this one insane thought on her mind.
Right. Are you an alien? Long story short, because to be honest, I don't remember quite all of it, but the highlights, so to say, are one of us swam out in the ocean, got picked up by the aliens and had some tech put into him so that he could see like they see, as far as we know. And then he betrayed us. And we ended up, part of our group ended up finding some facility. They ended up talking with them, Susie and Boris. Found more information. We went to the other island, and there was a big comm tower and structure with stuff in it. We've found a lot of information about it, and I'm willing to believe it's true because we've also heard and seen their language. I mean, look around. This isn't human.
She was told to look around, so she looks around like a machine, like a robot, given an order. What do I see? Does it look possibly human, or is there something telling about this Raven?
What in particular are you looking at? This just the house?
Insides of the hut. Yeah.
Yeah. The inside actually doesn't look that different from like a human home. The weirdest thing about it, probably especially for Allison at this point, is that the material looks like it's not quite stone, but also not quite metal. It's like some weird stone metal hybrid. And that's what like everything seems to be made out of, is this material, and it's very hard and seems very durable. There is a roughly human-shaped bed frame. The mattress is long since deteriorated. There's a nightstand. It's not terribly dissimilar from what a modern-day house would look like, really, in terms of like the furniture and openings and things like that, the windows. Allison might notice, or someone might show Allison, that the windows are, you can open them with a button, and the material of the panes just sort of like disappears when you push the button, and when you push it again, it comes back. And that's about it for the bedroom. If you go downstairs and look around in like the living area, you might see some different things.
Oh, I thought these are one-room huts.
No, it's like it's almost like a two-story townhome,
Wow.
kind of a layout. They're actually quite nice. Just the only thing in them is the structure itself and the furniture made out of that material.
Okay, so if they are that big, so next night she probably won't. We'll try not to sleep alone. But she slept where she was put to sleep this time. So yeah. So she's still a bit.
That's pains as in glass panes there, Zan, not owie pain.
I mean, I've been given some training on the eventuality of something, I don't know, but there was nothing about aliens. So you say
No.
you don't be.
It's
I mean, those houses, you didn't build them.
No, we haven't been on this island for more than a week.
And so technically we have a roof over our heads. I don't remember. Actually, I don't remember actually what's. I mean, yesterday is kind of like a bad dream. I don't really remember.
Yeah.
So we're on the island.
Mm-hmm.
We have roofs of our head. Do we have water and food?
Susie's working on getting us water. We do have access to water. She's just getting it closer. As for food, sort of. Yeah, we're working on that. We've got some traps set up on the beach, and I think Owen was hunting last I heard.
She just wipes her nose with the arm and rises. There's she does math in her head. There's like six people. Six people.
Yeah, and a duck.
So I can't afford being useless.
That's one way to put it. And Tamsin will stand up as well and kind of put a hand on her shoulder, like just you being alive means you're not useless, though. Don't feel like you have to push yourself to death.
And she cries again. Oh my god, I am useless.
Oh, so Tamsin does one of those
because she just
hugs,
realizes
like,
something.
Oh, sweetheart, like there's only 6 of us. Don't beat yourself up.
But what's? I'm a kindergarten teacher.
Allison doesn't see it, but Tamsin does one of these like. Like does the math in her head, like, well, we have a janitor and a cook, and I mean, fuck, I'm an astrophysicist, so who am I to complain? So she'll do another pat, and then after a minute, kind of hold her out at arm's length. It's okay. We're gonna get through this.
I mean, I'm a Bosco employee, so I know a little about their machines. I know how to use most of them.
You'll learn how to be pretty ingenious after a few days here. We've taught ourselves a lot.
Oh my god. She just realized that she knows nothing about the environment. So are there any dangerous animals on this island?
Tamsin kind of gestures like vaguely, like possibly, yeah. We haven't met any. We've met some. Well, I say we. Owen met some birds, some weird eel birds, I think he said, and some grasshoppers. Don't eat those. Don't eat any of the bugs, actually.
Yeah, I know. I will only eat things you say me to eat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if Owen cooks it, it's probably safe, but hit and miss. But we don't know if there's any predators on the island yet. Like I said, we've only been here less than a week, so it's possible.
Okay, just tell me what to do, okay? I will help.
Okay, why don't you come down to the beach with me? Let's check the traps and see if there's any fish from overnight.
Like in the water? She asks incredulously.
Just at water's edge, just on the shore.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going with Tamsin.
Okay. Yeah, Tamsin I'll say they should teleport down to the main room and then go to the beach that way. Less walking.
Wait. Okay, sorry for hogging all the antenna time here, but now you need to ask. You mean what? Teleport? Is it teleporting?
Yeah. Did we? And Tamsin kind of like, did we not give you one of the? And she'll pull out the little remote. Sorry, yesterday was a blur, I think, for a lot of us.
Wow. Oh, you're right. We teleported here. Oh my god.
Yeah.
She doesn't cry.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
That was like...
Tamsin like is bracing
almost.
herself like, here we go again.
Okay, so this is an alien device. How does it work?
Well, I mean, we know how some of the buttons work, and she'll
No.
like, you know, show this button goes to the
Yes.
teleporter, and
That's player specifies. Yeah, that's what the buttons do. That's what I
Right,
was asking, not the
I-
physics.
if I remember right, is it 2 buttons, Raven, or is it just the one?
It is just the one on the remotes.
Yeah, it's just a recall, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, these just take us back to the kind of hub, I guess you could call it, the teleportation place just down the mountain from the village. And then once you're in there, you can use that to go other places by thinking of them.
I know. I'm sure you thought about this many times. It doesn't work home.
Yeah, no. Even if it did, I don't know. I don't know what would happen. We didn't really want to risk getting, you know, transported out into the extent of its teleportation range and then suffocating in space. But should worse comes to worse, it's probably the quickest way out. Then Tamsin kind of like, she goes wide-eyed that she just said that out loud. Like, but that's not, we're not choosing that. That's just, you know, if we're over, why don't we go down to the beach?
It flew over Alison's head because
Okay.
she didn't use up.
Thank God.
Holy crap,
You get real jaded when you've been on this place for a couple months. I mean, Owen and Tamsin did discuss that.
Yeah.
Maybe
after she's been here a couple weeks, we're talking
Okay,
about that.
so for purpose of game mechanics, count me as Tamsin times Tamsin actions times 2.
Okay, cool.
If y'all are taking the teleporter to the beach, like right before you like blip out,
Mhm.
Owen's gonna be like, watch out for those blue Yeti things.
I mean, that stops Tamsin dead in her fucking tracks. And she just does that slow, you know when you say something to a parent and they do that slow, what? Like, you're just telling me about this now kind of looks?
We talked about him.
Did we though?
Yeah, I mean,
Briefly? Yeah,
Briefly.
okay. So I think because Tamsin's had such a morning on the bridge, she's just gonna be like, I'm sorry, the blue Yeti things, Owen?
yeah, the I told you the cryptid thing that was near the books that I found.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, had lots of toes, looked blue. That was basically all the information I have on it. Makes monkey sounds.
Is it dangerous? Did it try to kill you?
How big was it?
I mean, I think roughly person size. Ran away, I think, when it smelled or heard me with its weird forked tongue. Raven, let me know if I'm misremembering any of this. I feel like it had
you're right.
Okay.
It was a really long snake-like tongue.
A long, unfriendly looking tongue.
Yes.
As soon as Owen mentioned this, the rhythmic of the tanning of the skin just stops abruptly.
Jesus. Here comes Dad. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
It seemed to run pretty quick when it tasted me.
Okay, we're going to talk about this when I get back from the beach. Allison, you remember Owen, right?
It's real good to see you this morning, Allison.
And TC, who I didn't notice was here. And like Tamsin just goes straight up, did not even notice he was here.
Good morning. You were right. It was a rough
I was right
wake
today.
in this place.
I was right today, and I'll be right tomorrow. It'll be easier tomorrow. Just keep going until you have to sleep. when you wake up, it'll be a little better.
I hope so.
He's right. It's, if Lyle were here, he would say the same thing. This is much better than when we first started out, let me tell you. Just trying to keep rain out of the fucking house. Anyway, we're going down to the beach to get some fish and just see if anything else has washed up. So we'll be back in a bit.
I got a request if you could.
Sure.
If you see any empty shells, I haven't really explored the beach too much, but if you see anything discarded, I would appreciate having some of it. In particular, shells or bits of coral would be real nice.
Sure. I don't know if they would, because when we got here, we found the island was, and I know as a player that Tamsin did not share this information. Tamsin doesn't remember not sharing this.
Okay.
We found that the island was kind of on its own. It had like a weird current that was kind of keeping it separated from the rest of the ocean. So it's unlikely there's any mollusks or other kind of crustaceans. I mean, I'll look, but
When did we figure that out?
That's really damn weird.
did we not talk about this? This was, I think, the first night we got here.
It's on its own, as in
It's separated. Like something about the way the water is moving around here keeps it currently separated, like by currents.
The island that we're on now, or where the
island we're on
is-
now.
Oh,
I wonder if it's got something to do with the weird thing that's underneath the island.
That would be my guess. Or the creature thing.
Which I'm just remembering Owen definitely didn't tell everyone about.
Yep.
Yeah.
We did see it though. Like when we were in the giant sub, we did see the lights down below. So we know there's something.
yeah. No one's mentioned any of that. Mm-hmm.
I think everybody's presence score is just 0.
Yeah, basically.
No communication
Basically.
whatsoever.
Yeah, I got when whatever this was like sort of coming on, it looked
Mhm.
like there was somewhere to swim underneath the island.
Wow, we really should talk more, shouldn't we? We're gonna deal with that later. Maybe over dinner we can talk about all of we can
Look,
make sure we're all on the same page.
I
Or
mean,
the same
it's
book.
it's hardly our fault. We don't have anyone on the team that would be good at facilitating basic communication skills.
Yeah, that's true.
Almost like child level communication skills that we should really have at this point.
And
And how does
Tamsin
that
kind of
make you feel?
Tamsin says kind of a shrug, like, "Yeah, you're right, we don't." And it clearly goes right over her head.
Oh, Allison's gonna end up babysitting this crew.
Basically. How? None of you have interpersonal skills, like at all. Oh my
Look,
god!
That's what
I
Chuck
have the
was
sharing
for.
stick.
No.
I have the sharing stick right now, and my emotions are valid. I'm
gotta-
Oh my
feeling
God.
frustration with everyone.
None of us ever actually read the group chat. We just post in it, and
Yeah, we
read
just
anyone
posted
else's
it. No one
comments.
got it on no notifies. Oh god!
How the fuck did Susie manage to get your attention when she almost died?
Didn't I got back to camp and Lyle was like, "Hey, have you seen this thing on the group chat?" And she's like, "No, I had it on mute." That's exactly what happened. Yeah, we're terrible.
It
So,
really is
yeah.
a miracle you're all alive.
It really is. So yeah, Tamsin will say like we should definitely discuss this over dinner, but I'm hungry and I could use a walk. So, unless Allison, you have
Oh.
anything to ask, TC or Owen?
Well, I mean, everything or nothing. Everything and nothing at the same time, so no specific questions.
Fair. Yeah, and I guess if the other two don't have anything to say, Tamsin will try to brain image them down to the beach.
It'll be a discipline roll.
Okie doke. I don't know if I have. Oh, I do have a bunch of that. Look at that. It's almost like I've had to roll that before. Oh, computer, don't make those noises at me.
24?
You want me to use a
Yeah.
D6 on that?
No,
Okay.
you're fine. You're not going very far, and it's a place that you've been
Oh, good.
many times. So 24 is plenty. You're able to hop right down there, and oh yeah. Sorry, it didn't give me a little sound alert. Yeah, Alex has redeemed 10,000 guild coins to give an advantage to Owen.
Owen, yeah. Because those nat ones
For dinner
there we go.
specifically.
for dinner specifically.
How many nat ones will I get this session?
it's all up in the air.
But yeah, you're able to get down to the beach, no problem. You just
Oh.
there's a bright light. You both blink out of existence and then
Wait,
blink back.
what do you mean both?
Well, because we're
Tamsin and Allison.
yeah,
we're both
Tamsin will
Yeah.
hold your hand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't remember about this.
Yeah, that's how Owen and
That
I
would
did
be
it first.
funny.
It would be. She just wipes out, and Allison's like,
Oh, I thought that's how we do it actually. So
"Oh, okay." Yeah, no. If you're holding
Uh,
someone's hand, you can.
Okay.
You can both go.
Yeah. And then you brought like a gravisphere or a couple of gravispheres.
I think a
did you bring
couple.
those over?
We did. Yeah, we put them in the water the night before.
Okay. And I'm just gonna assume that you tethered it to the island
Mhm.
somehow.
Yeah, because I think
Um,
we'd set up a net as well
Okay.
while we were down there. So we had like a little, something to keep everything in place.
Okay, cool. So
'Cause you also said there wasn't much of a tide on this island, right?
there's not, no.
Yeah.
The water level doesn't really seem to change much.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember if you have one or two gravispheres, but each one gives you 8
I
fish.
believe it's 2. I believe we had 2 of them.
Okay, or not 8 fish. I'm sorry. 4 fish. 8. So it's 8 food essentially.
Right.
So that's 4 fish, and then the net will give you 2 fish
Okay.
per day. But I know those gravispheres have been running for at least a week,
Mhm.
so I will say that they're giving you the battery's about to die warning. on
Okay.
them.
Yeah, I assumed that was coming up, so that's part of
Yeah.
our list.
Yeah. I think it's
Alison,
been
of
over a
course,
week,
asks,
but it's fine.
Alison
Someone
asks
say
where are
use
spare
batteries.
batteries.
Sorry, Allison's asking.
Sorry,
Where are the
yeah.
spare batteries? Because she knows how to use this equipment.
Right. Tamsin will say, "Well, we don't have any right now, but we've got to scrounge around for some materials and we'll make some more. And the
Okay.
charger as well, because we didn't actually get to doing that."
I'll also say that there's some bits of coral in there as well. So the
Okay, cool.
That I think it's called common coral is what was named. There's like 2 of that.
Cool. I will update the thing.
Because I know TC was wanting some, and it
Mhm.
makes sense that little bits might have floated
Yeah.
into the gravisphere.
Yeah, that seems right. Okay, so 2 bits of common coral.
Mhm.
And then you said it would be what, 10 fish total? 4 per gravisphere and then 2 for the net?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and then
And then other than that, yeah, I think
Yeah, that was it.
Tamsin will just have Allison like help comb the beach and kind of the surrounding shore for any materials. Just kind of get her used to the island life.
Yeah, there's not much in the way of materials other than the bits of rock and like shale slate type material that comes off of those cliffs.
Okay.
Susie
There's
sends
not much
out
in the
a
way
little
of-
message. By the way, can people bring me more grass?
Okay.
Best we can do.
But yeah, there's not much. There's no like fish washed up on the beach.
Mhm.
None of the things that you would associate with a tide coming in and
Right.
going out is
Right.
present on the beach.
Okay. I guess further into the jungle.
Okay.
If there is such a thing, because Tamsin doesn't really want to take this poor kid out on her second day into the ocean, because as far as she knows, there's not really much, below them. Although they could. Oh well, maybe she will actually.
So Owen did mention something underneath, and you do have the sub. It's still on the beach.
I was gonna say we don't know what the battery level in that is. Because we haven't charged that in a while. Oh, is it? Okay. Well,
the larger sub charged it, so we've still got like 95% power on that right now.
Oh.
Because it didn't take you very far.
Yeah. Okay, Tamsin will send out a message saying, is it okay if I take the sub out? We're going to go maybe scout the underside of the island, but we'll stick really close to the surface. And that's just a general, to everyone.
Susie requests pictures.
TC just says, trust your judgment.
That's probably not the best idea, but okay. Yeah, so she'll take that as that, and then she'll ask Allison if she wants to come with. Would you like to get into a small one-person submarine and explore the underside of the island with me?
Alice, you have a submarine?
Yep.
She's like, it sounds safer than swimming.
Relatively, yeah. It's that, or you and I go back to the fridge and start searching around in that reef today. That's not me saying you have bad options. Just that's what we need to do. That's what's needed.
I should familiarize myself with the equipment.
Yeah. So Tamsin will lead her to the sub, and they'll go do that.
Okay.
We can switch to anyone at any time. We don't have to Bogart.
Yeah. We'll have you we'll just say, so you get in the sub, you start heading into the water, and that's where we'll like pause for that, and we'll head back over to let's see. TC, you were starting to do something earlier. What were you gonna do?
Well, aside from just I doing the prep work for getting some of that good fish leather, I think I'm gonna start writing things, like using one of the pipes that I have, starting to kind of write blueprints and stuff, and put and tinker with some of the things on the fabricator, and just test out a few formulas. And pretty pleased with some of the work that I've gotten done. I'm gonna turn over to Owen. Owen, what kind of stuff we can find around here?
Like this island, or in general?
In general, I assume there's got to be resources for building things.
Yeah, I don't know. I went looking for resources yesterday and really just found these damn books.
What about over other places? Anything? I need structural materials, accelerants, and conduits.
Yeah. That all sounds.
I need real hard things. I need things that probably smell pretty bad, maybe like eggs, maybe a little salty, and I need real shiny things.
I mean, I don't want to just say in the water, because I know that's not that helpful.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've been looking to take a field trip back to that fucking alien facility we went to. There's probably something like that there.
What alien facility is this?
Oh, yeah, so that's the one was it the first or the second? So we took Boris and Susie and I took the sub down there, I think. And I was following this alien, and then they stopped following and we got separated. That's when they gave me like an inhaler or some shit that had whatever nano bullshit everyone's freaked out about. And apparently Susie and Boris met another alien/robot who was like, yo, don't trust the other alien/robot, only trust my group of alien/robots. I forget if that was the prison or if everything's a prison. I couldn't read that alien shit then, so like I might make more headway of it now. I don't. It's under the water and there were robots there. Is kind of the gist of it. And a bunch of shit we didn't bother to read at the time because then everybody wanted to like run away because they thought I was going to murder them or something.
Okay, so we're gonna put a pin in that because that's not a thing that just you and I are gonna go do.
Oh no.
But, you and I are sitting around here like broken thumbs, and we need to get our hands busy. So I'm gonna teach you a thing or two about how to catch what you're gonna cook. How's that sound?
I mean, sure. I am unfortunately reading, but I guess I could be doing other fun things too.
Well, tell you what. Help me with this, and I'll come back and help you with the books.
Sure. Yeah.
Because last night I took some of the fish guts and put the icky bobbit worm slime on it. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna go see if we found anything out on the outskirts that's eaten our special treat.
I forgot about that. Let me roll.
Just swarmed with those goddamn crickets.
Hey, there's gonna be a purpose for that. There's always a purpose for everything. We attach that to a fire extinguisher or something. Oh man, we've ruined everybody's day. I've been staring at the blueprint list.
I mean, Owen's totally on board for that. He made bioweapons out of those fucking gas pods last season. That's his jam.
It's true. So, just to refresh my memory, so it was the fish guts, and you put the numbing stuff from the
bobbit leeches.
What are they actually called? Because they're not called
I
that.
have no idea.
Let me look up the name again.
Have we ever scanned them or done anything to get the real name?
I don't think so. No, they're just alien lampreys. That's what I named them forever ago. Okay, and so it's just that stuff on it, nothing else?
I don't think we had anything else, but we put a fair amount in there.
Okay. Yeah, I'm actually going to use one of my crits for something.
All right, we're getting exciting stuff.
Pulls out stasis rifle.
Because I'm not ready for you to know about this yet.
Oh, heartbreaking.
All right. And I rolled really bad. Yeah, when you go to inspect it, there's nothing there. There's no like creature or anything like that, freaking out because they can't feel their body. But you can definitely tell that the guts and things have been chewed and then spat out. And there are pretty humanoid-looking footprints all around that area. Looks like probably 2 or 3 people, creatures, something, you're not quite sure, but they definitely have like either humanoid or possibly primate type feet. They're their toes.
Mm-hmm.
How do these tracks compare to the blurry photo I took of the track at the
It look
whatever building I was at.
the temple.
Yep.
It looks pretty similar. Yeah. It does look
Huh.
pretty similar.
Yeah, Owen is just showing that off. Like,
Uh-huh. Okay. Well, that answers a couple of our questions. I'm gonna stomp the ground real hard next to the footprint. Like how compared to how deep my footprint is, how deep is that footprint?
I see where you're going with that.
I want to see how heavy they are.
Yeah, slightly less. Those footprints are slightly less deep than yours.
Mm-hmm.
So you're able to figure they probably weigh a little bit less than you do.
Gonna note that. You know, I don't think that really sharing that information would change the situation right now, so it's not really an important thing.
Gotcha. Question is, just out of curiosity, because all of these things are really reminding me of something from my childhood. Is TC's last name MacGyver by chance?
Hey, when you're blowing up oil pipelines, you've got to be real creative.
I was like, holy crap, this feels like something MacGyver would do.
I don't see any tufts of like blue hair like leading off in any directions, do I? Like caught on
No,
plants or some
not.
shit.
I mean, you could try to do a naturalist roll or a sight roll.
Yeah, I'm good at one of those things, so I'll probably do that one.
Is it okay if I do a naturalist roll as well?
Absolutely.
Just trying to,
Oh.
do the normal tracking stuff.
Okay. Which one was that for Owen?
That was sight.
Okay. With a 30, yeah, you are able to spot. There is one like, it's kind of like a blackberry plant. It's not doesn't have berries on it or anything like that, but it's like that
Oh.
that little tiny thorns that looks like it caught a little bit of hair, and it's definitely hair. It's not like fur. And it's white hair that looks similar to what you saw on the other figure before. And then a 33 with naturalist, you also spot that TC, as well as more footprints and just other signs of movement through the brush,
Okay.
heading back off into the jungle from the sort of other direction of the island from where the village is.
Mm-hmm.
So sort of the scenic route to get to the jungle.
Mm-hmm. Huh. Well, Owen, I think when everyone gets together tonight for our little disclosure party, we'll call it, I think we've got our own information to share, and we're gonna have to decide how to best introduce ourselves to the local population. I don't think we can really afford to ignore them anymore.
No. Yeah, like I said, the only one I've run into is pretty skittish, but I don't know if that's normal behavior or not.
Damn it. Turn around.
Is there something right behind me?
No.
Okay.
When he turns around, I'm gonna walk over to where the pile was and any trees nearby, and I'm gonna piss.
All right.
Um,
Yep. You are able to successfully.
Great.
relieve
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah. I know it's shy bladder. I couldn't have him watching me.
Oh, goodness. All right.
Now, waiting until
No.
you're done,
Mhm.
is there a functional survivalist reason that you did that out here and not in the hole that you've asked us to go in?
Yeah, because we know that they've come here. We know that they've been here, and they need to know that we've been here. I don't know if this is how they communicate, but it's how things back home do. So it's better than nothing. It'll at least give them a chance to familiarize themselves with our scent.
Of course,
I imagine.
Susie was going to suggest the same thing.
No, I totally believe that. It's such a smart idea that I feel really bad about this next part. But I need everybody that's not under the water or inside of something, like a cave or something, to roll sight and or smell or hearing.
Okay then, am I back yet on the island, or is it, or am I still out collecting stuff?
I think at this
smell
point Susie
hearing?
can be wherever you want Susie to be.
Probably one of her trips back. What is the? Sorry, sight, hearing, or smell?
Yep. And each one will give you slightly different information. So just let me know which one you're rolling.
Can I
Yeah,
throw a
not
D6
above
on
water.
that? Is that
Yep.
okay?
Please.
Sure. Was the 27 what you rolled?
Yes.
You don't need to on a 26 or a
Sorry.
27, but
Happens.
30 will give you more
30's
information.
30's better.
It's fine.
Mine was hearing,
Okay.
if that matters.
My
Mine was
23
sight.
is sight.
Okay.
I read it with sight as well.
All right. So.
Oh my god, if we
Start
get
with-
back up and everyone's dead.
We'll start with TC. So 23 with sight. You notice that the wind's starting to pick up a little bit. That the leaves and branches of the trees and underbrush and things are moving a little bit more. And if you look up, you might notice that the clouds are moving a little bit faster. Susie, you notice pretty much the same thing. However, you also notice off on the horizon, those look kind of like storm clouds moving in.
Susie immediately gets on the group chat and storm coming in. Prep for weather.
Before that, Owen, with a 30 for hearing, you hear the wind picking up. You feel a little bit of a drop in temperature. You can hear way off in the distance some thunder, and with a 30, you can even hear like distant rain way off in the distance. It sounds like, almost imperceptible white noise, but your hearing check is really, really high, so you can actually hear that. Nope, that's not white noise. That's rain way off in the distance. And from the sound of it, it doesn't sound like it's going to be a nice little, rain shower. It's going to be a storm. Probably along the lines of what you experienced not too long after first landing on the planet. Landing, quote unquote, on the planet.
On the plus side, we actually have like places to stay dry and stuff.
But yeah, Owen in particular, for sure, you know that this is going to be a big storm.
That sounds shitty. I wonder, do you think these aliens built these houses up to like hurricane code?
No, I actually, yeah, I think the odds of them, but the time between when they were built and today, not having a storm as strong as the one that we're about to experience is probably a pretty slim chance. This is probably going to be bad, but probably not the worst, statistically speaking. We need to head back.
Alternative, I mean, yes, we need to head back. We have a teleportation machine and can also just piece off of this island for the course of the storm if we wanted to.
I would like
Just a thought.
I would like for at least, if that is the course of action, I would respectfully ask that one person stay here with me, so that we can see if the pressing elements will try to push these back into the city. There hasn't been rain. There hasn't necessarily been a need for them to have shelter. They might come back to easy lodgings.
There might, not that that's not a plan, there might also be more lodgings on the island. I mean, I found some temple or some shit out there. There may be other buildings they could hide in.
There may be, but we have no way of knowing if they're going to get into those or not. We do have a way of knowing if they get into these. There's no point in concerning ourselves with things that we don't have the ability to gain anything from. But this is a situation that doesn't necessarily provide any additional risk and has the benefit of giving us much needed information. So I would like to stay, but I understand that unity is a very important thing. I would rather go with everyone else than cause a further rift.
Oh, I mean, don't look at me. Nobody else may want to leave. I was just spitballing.
I think while you're having that conversation, we'll take a break here in just a second. But real quickly, before we do, I'm gonna hop back over to Tamsin and Allison. As you're in the submarine, looking underneath the island, it doesn't take you long.
I will be interrupting everybody I think in the last few episodes. What do you mean under the island?
So yeah, as you descend in the sub, you can see that there is an under the island. The shore just sort of starts to go the other direction, in towards the island, the deeper you get, and you probably would spend some time searching for, okay, where is it attached to the seafloor? And you don't actually find that. And before we go to break, I think we'll end with what you see in the middle of the island. Is something green and glowing, like a big a collection of discs on the underside of the island. They look synthetic. They're not organic, and they have like this pulsing sort of thrum to the light, and it's not like pushing your submarine down or anything like that, but it's obvious that they have some sort of function, and then in between all of those, and this is like a massive scale, it's covering almost the entire length of the bottom of the island. It looks like these metal vents that are taking in water and pushing out water, some sort of hydroelectric generator type apparatus. So you see vents and then these blades that spin around. It looks like there's also something that's pumping water up, which is Tamsin. I think you'd immediately be able to figure out that's where the water in the pond comes from. And so yeah, you see that, and that's where we'll take a break. So we're gonna take a 15-minute break, let everybody stretch your legs, go grab snacks and all that good stuff, and then we'll be right back. So yeah, be right back here in 15 minutes. We'll keep going. And we are back. So we ended off with Tamsin and Allison seeing a some sort of presumably flotation device and power station generator thing underneath no worries, underneath the island, and it's evident that the island is also sort of a land ship. It's a free-floating island.
So is these clusters of green shiny things? Is there only one such cluster?
There are several. They sort of dot the bottom of the island.
So it's not like not like cone. It's a bigger structure. Okay.
Yeah. I'll see if I can sort of draw this out real quickly.
Okay. I was just wondering if it's like a one single point on the bottom of the island. So, but because that would allow us to estimate the size of the island, but if there are many of those, so that's impossible without a bigger survey.
Yeah. So I'm just using the squares to show you where these clusters are.
Are we on the same map?
I think so. I might be just really zoomed in, so it might not be as big as I think it is.
And there's nothing.
We're on the one with the cryopod section.
All right, let's there we go.
Okay, now I see what you mean by little dots or squares.
Yeah, they're
So this
little
is a village?
circles in the no, so the whole round thing is the island, and then the little round things on the top left, those are the discs, and then the squares are just showing you like how many of those clusters of discs there are.
Mhm.
So it's like clusters of discs, not just
Mm-hmm.
like one giant tube extending like down to oblivion.
Yeah, that's how I
Right.
understood it first. That's why I asked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it kind of looks like a like your traditional D6 with the 5 little circles.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like that. They're round discs, and then they're in a cluster like that, and then there's just tons of those different clusters all over the bottom of the island,
Interesting.
and they're sort of pulsing, which indicates that it's powered and it's doing something. Presumably, it's keeping it from sinking.
Right. Now, are these separate from the vents that you mentioned, or are they one and the
They
same?
are. They are separate.
Okay.
There are vents that seem to be open, and you can kind of just because of air bubbles and things like that, you can see water's moving into the vents. And inside the vented areas, there's like these blades that spin around,
Right.
which presumably is what's generating power.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, Tamsin's probably not saying anything. She's just kind of doing, she's doing science in her head to some degree.
And Allison is quietly whispering, "It's scary, the level of technology those aliens have."
Yeah, I mean, the teleportation was one thing, but this... Tamsin remembers that Susie asked for pictures, and she remembered that she also wanted pictures, so she'll take her tablet out and start snapping as they go.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to get plenty of pretty good pictures. Is your group chat still on silent?
No, I think she turned it off after the whole Susie incident.
Okay, then you probably get the message from Susie that says, "Hey, there's a storm coming."
Is there something I could roll potentially to see if being underwater is safer? Because that's my first instinct is like, well, if there's a storm coming, maybe just stay underneath the water for a bit.
Sure. You absolutely can. you could roll education, naturalist, or gut feeling. You'll get different information for each
roll
skill.
pretty high. I'll go with naturalist. Yeah.
Okay.
Bank on the highest roll. Oh no, computer, don't make noises at me. 36
36 for
for
you said
naturalist.
Naturalist. You do know that during a storm that there tends to be rather large waves. You know, the ocean is very what's the word I'm looking for?
Tumultuous.
Yep, on the top. But under the water, not quite as much. Depending on the depth of the water, there might be more like dirt and silt and things like that stirred up from the bottom, but with it being as deep as you are here, it's probably a little bit safer under the water than it is on top of the water. Assuming the storm doesn't scare any predators or things like that.
Right.
You know, or, you know,
Yeah,
involve
assuming
anything
something
like that.
doesn't, yeah, horribly go wrong. Okay. Yeah, no, I think Tamsin would say, you know, if you'd like to stay underwater, this will probably be safer than having to go on shore. And I don't know what would happen to the sub if it were left on the beach. I mean, there's no tide, but with a storm, there would be one. So,
But do you know how long the storm will last?
no, I couldn't say. And Tamsin will message back, you know, does it look like it's a small storm? Does it look like it's a day-long storm like we had last time?
Because I understand we are safer here, but if it lasts long, then we will need to come back anyway. And this, I mean, landing on beach during the storm might be the most dangerous thing.
It's true, and the battery might not last.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, also that. We might just suffocate down here. Raven, were any of the discs, was there anything further beyond them? Like, are they connected to a hole in the island, or are they just literally mounted to the island?
They're basically like just sticking out of the ground, I guess you could say.
Okay.
And presumably they're connected to the power generators.
Right.
And I think Owen mentioned at some point that there seem to be sort of like power lines running through the ground.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was mentioned when we first landed, I think.
Or at least the
Wilfred
pipes
did.
go down or something like that.
Yeah. There's like a structure kind of within the island, is what was mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess Tamsin would ask Allison what she would like to do, because Tamsin's like, you know, she's been here for 2 months, so she's willing to take the risk, but she'd like to, you know, make sure Allison isn't freaked out.
I mean, I don't know. I don't really know this. I mean, I guess it depends on how long the storm will last, but you say you don't know that either. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Let's go safety in numbers.
yeah, I guess. I mean, if we want to return on the surface, we better do it now.
Yeah, I think so. I think Tamsin will do like a quick pass on her way back just to see if she missed anything underneath. But yeah, she'll go up and we'll beach the submarine and then maybe move it further upshore.
Okay. Yeah. Give me a quick sight roll
Sure.
as you're doing that last pass before you head up.
9.
You notice that the ground that these things are jutting out of is more like rock than it is like dirt, or like
Okay.
compressed dirt or things like that. So the bottom of it does seem to be like a big, relatively solid mass of some type of rock.
Like it looks like it was moved from something that was rock rather than
Mhm.
it's just like dirt floating. Okay.
Yeah. which would also explain why it hasn't just eroded out. Into
Right,
nothing.
fallen to bits. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. In chat, Norlax just said Minecraft 101. Bottom of floating islands has to be solid. Sand tiles fall down. Yep, exactly.
There's just a thin layer of sandstone on the bottom. Don't break it.
Yep. Yeah, kind of how it is. And as you start to head back up, you can kind of see the top of the water, and you can see waves are picking up, and that the ocean is moving a lot more. And probably just as you're getting out of view of it, you can see the vents on those the water intake close. They seem to automatically just seal up.
Interesting. Can I get a picture of that while we're going?
Sure.
Just quick little like.
Yeah, it'll take you a couple extra minutes. You'll have to like stop and turn around and take a picture and then keep going. But yeah, that doesn't cause anything to happen or anything. And you're able to get up to the shore, and then you said you wanted to try pulling it up much further than where it was.
Yeah, try to pull it up. If not on top of the cliffside, because that obviously is a little much, but at least up to the cliffside on the shore, so that if the waves come up, they don't necessarily wash it away.
Yeah,
You could teleport it with you if you wanted.
I don't know if there's room to teleport it with us. We also don't know
We'll see.
how it works with large inanimate objects. I don't want a fly situation where I am now the submarine.
Okay. I do need a might check
Okie
to
doke.
see if you might be able to pull it up there.
Of course, I'm helping with pulling.
Okay.
Because I want to be useful.
Please tell me you got better might as a kindergarten teacher.
I doubt it very much. Okay.
I've got a +5, so
oh,
can only go up from
+5.
here.
+5.
Oh,
You both try to pull it up onto the beach, just the beach part, and it doesn't move.
Oh my god!
Did I mention I'm tiny?
Did I mention I'm 60?
Did you two just beach our fucking?
No, we tried to.
Suddenly,
It's
half
still in
submarine
the water.
Tamsin sounds better.
It does. It does. She could at
Basically,
least.
Transformer
it's,
Tamsin.
it's like trying to get a canoe or something up while there's big waves. You're
Mhm,
trying to
mhm.
pull it, and the waves are just bouncing
Like,
it way
as-
up out of your
yeah.
grip, and
Yeah.
you're struggling pretty bad.
Okay.
Okay, I'm smart enough to quickly suggest calling some help.
Yeah. Same. Yeah. That's,
Circumstances.
I think at the same moment we're both like, "What the fuck are we doing?" Like, so yeah, Tamsin will, do a group call. Like, "Hello, we need some help on the beach ASAP. We got to get the." Good.
Just imagining Tamsin being like, "Damn it, I'm an astrophysicist, not a bodybuilder."
Exactly. She's in her mid-60s. She's an astrophysicist. Who needs building bodies when you're studying them?
And you're
Um,
stronger out of
You're a
us
star
too.
person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're one of those star people, right? Yeah. So she'll message the group to just say like, "Hey, we need to get this sub secured before the storm hits."
Susie says a suggestion. Have you tried timing it to the waves?
Tamsin sends back a picture of her doing a bicep flex, and there is noticeably not that much muscle. And
Susie
then,
says that's a question mark. What does that have to do with anything?
like if I could send a GIF of myself doing eye roll, through the PDA, Tamsin would say, "Just get down here and help us. We can't do it with just two of us."
Susie
You start.
sends a message. It's like, make room and teleports into the sub.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
I need a discipline roll from
Oh
Susie.
no!
We get submarine fly situations anyway.
Yeah, just as a heads up, you're going into a very specific space while
That's
it's
also
moving up
moving.
and down.
Yeah.
I have to throw in the obligatory, are you sure?
Yeah, I'm gonna use one of those crits.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Because I'm looking at my
Teenagers.
stats. I'm like, yeah, I'm using a crit. Because fuck it.
All
This is the bullshit this character does.
That's true. It's very on brand for Susie.
That's fair. All right, so use one of those crits, and yep, you teleport into the driver's seat of the submarine.
Okay, Tamsin, messages TC and Owen to get their keisters down there.
Now, I guess, would a group call have given the same type of signal as the group text, or is it something I probably would have paid attention to this time?
I think it probably does like a ring. That's what I would suspect. if they can do voice at all. Raven, forgive me if I'm.
Yeah, they can.
Okay.
At this range, but because it's a Bosco tablet,
Mhm.
it's probably like an even worse sound than the Skype ringtone.
I was just gonna say I was picturing the Skype ringtone.
Yeah.
Boop boop boop. Ugh.
It's like that, but somehow more anxiety-inducing and annoying.
I remember when it first came out, it was like, oh, this is a pleasant noise. And now it's just like, I hear it, I'm just like, no.
Yeah, no, that's a panic
Skype.
noise. Who needs klaxons? Just play the Skype call sound.
Fuck. Hey, wow! Thanks so much, everyone, coming in with a 19 person raid.
Shit.
Thank you so much. Yeah, get our raid message in there. I hope you had a great stream. We're currently doing Water, which is a game inspired by Subnautica. Currently, our group is trying to get a submarine, like a little mini sub, onto the shore because they're on an island and the storm is coming in. It's a very, very stressful situation at the moment.
I
Thanks
just
so much, Quiet Deviant.
I feel like it's important to realize Raven gave us the opportunity to just like skip 3 days and get supplies and get to like more plot bullshit, and instead we're just going to be pushing a submarine for the last half of this episode.
Did you expect anything different? I mean, I considered the 3-day thing.
Thank you so much, Quiet Deviant, for the $25 donation with the text, "Dear Everything, give them an asset." So, you get an asset, which means you can choose a single-use item or a scenario collectively that makes your lives easier for this episode. So, I don't want anyone to throw their back out. That's amazing. What would you all like to use that asset for? Michael asked, is there something special for meeting the $40 goal? Yes, I roll a D4, and it's either a D6, an advantage, a disadvantage, or 3 crits.
I was really concerned with how you were going to end that sentence.
And then I roll a D2 to see who gets it, essentially. So yeah, it's a random buff, and then a random whoever gets it. Yeah. Tamsin has fallen and she can't get up.
How tall is Tamsin?
Help me, Bosco Life Alert, help me.
How tall is Tamsin? 'Cause Susie's only like 5'2".
Tamsin's probably no more than 5'10" at best.
Which is a good point, Michael. That actually does hit the goal. Sadly, the coffee one doesn't automatically update the thing at the top. So yeah, let me roll that D4. It's a 2, which means it's an advantage. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players. Three, 1, 2, 3. Owen gets a second advantage.
It better be some good dinner.
Maybe for the talents. Maybe save that one for the books.
Use it for some really sick teleporting or something.
That's not a bad idea to use it, save it for the books. All right, there you go. You've got 2 advantages. Thanks for the reminder, Michael. I forgot that coffee doesn't update the thing at the top. So yeah, that hit goal. and thank you again, Quiet Deviant, for getting us to go. All right, so how are you getting this thing onto the beach?
So she's going to time it with the waves to basically ride one of the bigger waves up as far as it'll take her up onto the beach and just gun it.
Oh, for fuck's sake. We're gonna blow a propeller on the beach.
Let's do an education roll on that, just to basically like mentally time it.
The sub is so weighted down right now. There's 3 people in it. It's supposed
Oh,
to
no,
have
we're
one.
outside.
No.
It's just Susie in
We
it.
already tried pulling the rope on the beach.
Yeah.
28.
Yeah, you're able to do that pretty well. And I think collectively, yeah, you're just all able to get it up onto the beach. And with all of you there, it takes some effort, but yeah, you get it all the way up to where the
worst
cliffs
comes
are.
to worst, I get out and I push it again.
Yeah, collectively, you get this up to where the cliffs are, where it's pretty much safe from being washed out to shore. By the time you get that done, the wind has picked up considerably. It's starting to rain. You definitely feel like you are, getting into the edge of the storm, and you know that just the downfall of rain is going to be any second now. And the ground seems to be moving a bit. Eknorlax, yes.
I want to ask, this is the only form of communication we have? We don't have any radios?
Tamsin kind of gives you a look of like, well, now that you said it, I feel stupid. But nods like, yeah, that's all we've got, unfortunately.
We can't make any on fabric. Oh my god.
Well, no,
I mean-
we probably could make some. We just haven't. And Tamsin will kind of share a look with Susie of like, why did we never think to build radios? Get out of the
Wait.
sub.
Wait, what are we supposed to be making now? I wasn't paying attention.
Okay. Radios. Allison just asked if this.
Oh, but we
tablets were the
have
only-
the tablets.
But she doesn't, and neither does TC.
Oh well, yeah, that's
No,
new.
I mean-
That's new shit though. So yeah, of course we don't have them yet.
I mean, no, it's dangerous when you have to when I don't know when something is happening and you have to type the message. That takes too long. I think just calling for help would be much.
Well, it works
Yeah.
fine as long as everybody keeps it on. And she looks to Tamsin.
Well, maybe if someone wasn't spamming me with pictures every 5 seconds.
You asked me to take pictures.
I said take pictures, not send them to me en masse.
What else am I supposed to do with them?
Can't believe we're
but-
having this fight while the fucking storm's coming.
I was
But
gonna
but
say,
you can't use the same line for emergencies and daily stuff.
No. See,
No.
I sent the pictures directly to
Mhm.
Tamsin. The emergency was in the everybody gets the info room. Tamsin ignored that one too.
while you're having this argument,
Mhm.
the waves have started picking up more and more, and this is why I said, oh, don't worry about glossing over the ground moving thing. It feels like an earthquake. You get the sensation of being lifted up and then dropped.
Oh my god.
repeatedly, as the island is literally like being lifted up and dropped by these waves that are forming.
Meanwhile, y'all are fucking fighting
I-
on the beach.
Another
Oh, and
important question.
Yes, before I answer, I do need a nimbleness check from everyone to stay on your feet. And then, yes, question, Eknorlax.
How weak stomach works with all
no.
that?
Oh, 1 second. Let me
Nimbleness.
look up
This can only
what that
end
does.
well.
Susie only rolled a 14.
Oh no. Oh no. I think it's
TC's on-
disadvantage.
No,
No?
I don't think it's that because I don't think I have that in the system exactly.
It might just be
I
a
do that
minus
lot as a
5.
GM. It's probably a minus. I just need to double check what that is. I'm pulling up the book now. It's just taking a little bit to load. So far, TC and Owen are fine. And then was the 27 for Tamsin?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so Tamsin's also fine.
Okay.
But Allison and Susie,
Oh my God.
you get sort of tossed to the ground.
Do I have to take damage because I'm still injured?
No, it's not enough to damage you. You're just on the ground.
You lose your footing.
Yeah, it's basically being prone.
Susie's like,
weak.
okay, we need to go inside now.
Tamsin is going to hold up a finger and is going to point towards the grav traps, wherever they happen to be on the beach from us.
Yeah, they're bouncing up and down,
Mhm.
getting flung up in the air and back down by the little tether that you've had them
Yeah.
connected to.
Susie's gonna try and she's going to walk on her knees as fast as she can, so she's less likely to fall over again, and grab the tethers to bring them in, so we can just have them inside for right now.
Yeah, we'll just bring them up with
Okay.
us.
Here it is. You have a low tolerance for most chemical substances. Take -3 on physical fortitude skill checks versus intoxication, poison, venom, etc. So no, this wouldn't actually affect you for that.
I'm not sure where Susie left Lyle. It
Oh,
probably back up at the teleporter.
Probably, yeah.
I'm just gonna say that Lyle and Quackers are with the group.
Okay.
They've got plot armor right now. So
A look of
they're-
disappointment on Zan's face.
I can only
so they're
imagine.
fine.
I can only
I just
imagine
wanna-
Leland coming back, and he's the only one alive.
Yeah.
This is
The beach.
Everybody
Owen
died,
is
but
fu-
miraculously Lyle survived.
Owen is using the group text for the first time to
Mhm.
text the fucking beach group and be like, not seeing a lot of people at the teleporter right now.
Sassy pants over here. We're busy doing work, getting everything tied down. Tamsin will reply.
Susie sends him a picture of a giant ass wave.
That's why we have a fucking emergency station to go to.
We're a
Owen's ready to
terrible group.
get off this goddamn island.
We're an awful group.
All right, Owen, we need to while they're doing their thing, we need to get here ready for them when they come back. They're going to be cold, they're going to be wet, and they're going to be hungry. We need to get a fire going, get dinner started.
Those all sound like great things to do somewhere that's not an
It's
island
not-
that
not
appears to be
fucking-
having an earthquake.
Not a bouncy
Uh,
castle.
I
Where
understand.
would that be right now?
I understand wanting to meet the Yeti people. The tongue thing was very exciting, and would be great information if they come here during an earthquake monsoon. But literally anywhere else sounds like a better place than this.
Where are we going? Do we know that there is not going to be activity there as well?
There's a big fucking alien complex underwater where a storm won't be.
We're-
Which I know I
we're-
pitched that earlier. And
We're
it might seem a
gonna
little-
broach that with everyone else because I'm curious as to why the fuck I didn't know about an alien center until my third day here. Because that's gonna be
I mean,
important.
It's been a busy couple of days, but that's fair.
Um, yeah.
But I mean, Susie and I are the only ones that have been there, and so are the only ones that can teleport people there. So I don't want to leave until the group is here, so I could get people there.
Yeah. Okay. So are we going to the beach to help them, or is there another place that you'd prefer?
Tamsin will message to say we'll be on our way really quick.
Yeah, I don't know how much I can help take their fingers and press the buttons that they've got. I think that's just a decision they have to make. at
That's
this
very
point.
true. It's very true. Once
All right.
once Susie's got the grav traps in tow, then Tamsin will take Allison's hand and teleport back.
All right. Yeah, you're able to recover the grab traps in the net, although just barely. So, make sure I'm on the right page. Is everybody at the teleporter room now, essentially?
Yep.
Owen stopped
Okay.
being a smartass and started gathering supplies to have near us.
Okay.
Tamsin would be helping in terms of going to the village and getting stuff, but she's primarily going to her own house and getting her telescope.
Okay. Sounds good. The bouncing up and down seems to be a little less noticeable by the teleporter and by the village. So instead of it being like a sudden toss you up in the air and drop you down, it's more of just like a swaying up and down. Like, yeah, exactly. So it's not so much of a problem with like knocking things over or anything like that, and more of a just kind of probably feel a little bit queasy. Especially if you're sensitive to motion sickness. But yeah, you're able to grab whatever you would like. What's the discussion? What's happening during the storm? You're safe in the teleporter room or in the houses. The storm's not like flooding anything or knocking buildings over or anything like that.
So, who wants to learn how to make grass mattresses? I have this very large pile of grass right here. If anybody wants to learn.
Taz is gonna like not quite look at Susie, but do look in Susie's general direction, and like, I don't know that that's the first thing on my mind right now. What are we doing?
Brass is very good to have. You did well. Thank you for collecting those materials. We're going to put those to use real soon. We should get warm. Should be goal number one. Are we staying on the island or are we going somewhere else?
I
My
mean,
pitch is for
the
somewhere
tub's
else, by the
the
way.
tub's gonna be the worst place for a storm like this again.
Again,
I mean, we're assuming the storm is very big, but yes, in case it is, that's fair.
Oh, the storm was huge. It covered the entire horizon.
and
I saw it.
So I just realized I don't think you ever decided what the asset that you wanted was.
no, we didn't. I'd assumed that was you telling us.
Yeah, I
didn't
thought you were
realize-
telling us what
No,
our
no.
asset was gonna be.
No. You collectively can decide what you want it to be. It's up to the cast. I just decided
Or
to challenge
Friendly
challenges happen.
alien.
I'm
That's
gonna
risky.
say flotsam.
Lots of
What about Jetsam?
What about in?
Well, either or, just I think technically I can't remember which. I think
No, we
flotsam
want-
is
No, we want Jetson because flotsam is biodegradable stuff. It's dead animals.
it because I thought jetsam was taken off of a ship, whereas flotsam is just stuff that is like fallen into the ocean. I don't remember the specifics.
Flotsam
stuff on the
usually
shore
get-
is what you want, basically.
Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
Can it be a friendly alien?
Raven, I wish for the beaches to be strewn with junk.
Can we wish for Wilfred to
Wish
have a
for
very
more
aggressive
wishes.
form of cancer?
I want Wilfred to have the tummy rumbles.
Can Wilfred develop a debilitating case of seasickness? A permanently debilitating case of seasickness?
Okay, you can't kill Wilfred or
I'm
significantly
not
impact
killing him. I'm just making his life miserable.
or
Have we-
significantly impact his life
Mhm.
at the moment. Is there
we
something you
tried
would
to-
like to help you in your current situation?
Have we tried wishing for more wishes?
Man, I would love for this storm
there's
to wash
a-
up some materials or blueprints.
that's where I'm at. Yeah, like I would like it to
Yeah.
kind of churn something to the surface.
Okay. To answer your question, Pat, yes, you go to donate at coffee.com/raven and you can get more wishes.
Some materials that TC could actually use to make things explode would probably be a good thing.
Yeah. No, I think the stuff washing up on the shore is a really good one. So yeah, everybody pick a blueprint or a dozen of a particular material that you've been looking for. And we'll say that those wash up on the shore. And I will do that, and we'll throw in a friendly alien too. So if anybody leaves the teleporter room, you may notice a friendly alien wandering around the village.
Concern. I have some ideas about what that could be.
As Owen immediately.
Susie's definitely one to be one to brave the storm to go and grab more supplies if we need them.
Okay. So
good.
I think I like that it's Susie in this case. This is actually pretty good because this seems right up Susie's alley of something to do. So when you head to the village, you notice one of the figures that we've been talking about. So they are humanoid, but the way they like
You
hold
mean
their
the ones
posture-
they haven't told Susie about yet?
Oh,
it
that's
happens to
right.
be.
It's just Tamsin and Owen.
Nobody's told Susie about these.
Okay, so Susie. Yeah, I forgot. You don't know anything about this. You see,
Nope.
at the edge of the village, right by the jungle. Yeah, each choose a material, and you get 12 of that material. To answer your question, so Susie, at the edge of the village, right by the jungle, you notice a humanoid figure that is roughly average human height, so probably like, well, you'd say if they're standing up straight, they'd probably be just shy of 6 feet, but the way they're moving and standing is a little bit more like a primate, so they're sort of
Okay.
squatted down, sort of lowering their center of gravity, presumably for balance. And they've got like 2 hands on the ground, sort of keeping their balance, and they're looking around. That tongue is coming out a lot, long snake-like tongue, and you can see that they have humanoid eyes, but they're completely black, pale blue skin, white hair on their head. That's long, and they do have like white hair, like arm and leg hair, just like a human would. But it's like white and fine hair.
Quick question. Their
Uh-huh.
genitals, are they internal or external? Because you haven't
You
described
would-
any clothes, and I kind of like to know if there's floppy things.
There are not floppy things.
Okay, thank you.
They do have rudimentary
Cloaca.
coverings.
Oh, they have
so
coverings. Okay, so they have
they-
clothing.
They do have some sort of clothing. Yes.
Okay, that's a big thing, actually. That's a huge thing. That means they use tools. That's different than everything else I've been dealing with.
Yes. Correct. They are at the edge of the village, though, and as soon as they notice you noticing them, they kind of go towards the jungle a little bit, but then like wait, as if they're wanting you to follow them. Sorry, just reading our Zoom chat.
So, there's... Oh, I have a whole Cloaca song.
We're-
Listen, we don't need to.
we're-
We can save
we're-
that
we're-
for the.
We're
after
moving
show.
past that.
Okay.
I'm hitting the fast forward button.
Skip.
There is hesitation because she should be going back, but this is an alien that's not the robot aliens. It's showing intelligence, it's showing intent, and it's wearing clothes, and Susie follows it. She's very careful. She's like using all of her naturalist training to make herself look like non-threatening and stuff and curious, but like at the same time not defenseless sort of thing.
Okay. It doesn't run away from you. It lets you get closer, not close enough to where you could like charge at it or touch it or anything like that. But they wait until you get close enough to catch up or keep up rather. and they keep leading you into the jungle. You see the same path that Owen found last session, where the road sort of starts to get overgrown and less whole. And
She's actually gonna stop every once in a while and tie knots in the grass whenever she has to go like off a path and stuff, so she can follow back.
The figure seems to be impatient when you do that, but they wait for you, and they start leading you off a trail that's a little bit off the road. You can see tiny little bits of cobblestone where there used to be a road here, but it's mostly gone now. You do pass the temple before you get to that point, so you see the same thing that Owen saw, although you don't know Owen saw that in character. But that same temple from last session. And then a little bit past that, it takes you on this little trail to the right, and they kind of point down the trail, and then they disappear into the jungle. And as you look down where they're pointing, you can see a couple more buildings that look overgrown, like the temple. But you also see what look like flower beds, sort of. They're really big flower beds, but they're not filled with flowers. They're filled with plants, look like edible plants.
Susie, who has the scanner on her, is going to scan these.
Okay. You
One
are
second,
able...
I'll be right back. I gotta check my food.
Sure.
Jump to somebody else, please. Sorry, I smell
No
something
problem.
burning.
Has anyone seen Susie? She went off to get supplies and hasn't said anything.
Allison is busy hugging the ground.
Yeah, so we were my pitch for this bullshit storm was let's get out of this storm and go somewhere else.
How far the wreck is? The wreck of our ship?
I think we said it was like a bit more than a kilometer. Like it's over the horizon.
Yes. It was.
Well, it was. Yeah. We don't know where we are now.
I mean, that's because we teleported here. Oh my god, it's crazy.
Yeah, we're on the SS Bouncy Island now. We don't know where we are.
SS Bouncy Island?
Yeah.
So it can be on the other side of the planet as well?
I mean,
Or who knows?
Possible.
Maybe the weather's good there.
But if it's not, it's on the surface.
It's on the surface and it's not. It's roughly watertight, but it's not good shelter.
The point that I made to Wilfred is that some of us found a big old structure down underwater where a storm wouldn't be, where we still did not do a thorough search to get information from and should probably revisit anyway.
So you've been talking to Wilfred?
Oh, sorry. I did the same thing you did earlier.
I know. I was just fucking with you.
Yeah.
Like an underwater base?
Maybe. I don't know if we ever... I don't know if this is me not remembering or if we just never figured out what it was for. But there were robots there, and I mean, big plus, none of us died, which is not a thing you could say for a lot of places on this planet.
What kind of robots? Like alien robots?
I mean, yeah, like we didn't bring them, so I guess inherently they would be.
Allison is going in her mind through all the sci-fi movies she watched.
That's just my pitch. If everybody wants to stay here on the crumbly island in the middle of a hurricane, we could do that too.
Well,
is it safe there?
I mean,
It's kind of a moot point until Susie gets back.
well, we should prepare just in case, but
Sorry about that.
oh, and I don't mean to be rude, but isn't that where you got your
Right. So just to be clear about that, what that was, it was like an inhaler. It wasn't like a lobotomy or anything. with this.
Right. But I guess what I'm saying is I don't really want to have an inhaler.
All right. So don't. I mean, I don't. I mean, Raven can correct me if I'm wrong. I wasn't like forced to. It was just like this alien dude who like, or this robot alien dude who's like, hey, here's the thing.
Yeah, you weren't forced to, but
I didn't get a great read on the person on the robot anyway.
You were
Yeah,
super compliant.
Owen's pretty sure that it was like an optional thing. Meta knowledge, not really.
Regardless, there was also other robot dude who apparently won, Susie and Boris over as super trustworthy for whatever reason. So if we don't like, group 1, we could go with group B. That face.
Let's hop back
Allison
over to
is
Susie.
okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
No.
Go for Allison.
I was just ask suspiciously is if these aliens are helpful, so why are you here in the storm without food? That sounds like part of the story.
Well, I mean, like, they don't eat, so why would they have food to give us? Look, we are not going to get to the bottom of whether the aliens are actually nice or not. That is a whole fucking debate, which we'd get more information to maybe at this place. Or if I could actually read these fucking books at some point.
Yeah, we are just neglecting the fact that you do have books.
A little bit. All right, we'll hop back over to Susie now. So Susie, you are able to scan these plants. It's a little hard to read because it's starting to rain pretty heavily now. So it's just, you got constantly having to wipe off the screen for the scanner. But yeah, it's a lot of edible food. Look at the stats for them.
She's gonna shove like 6 or 7 of these. I'm assuming these are like more like tubers.
Yeah, so they are root vegetables, mushrooms, and fruit.
Great. So she's like grabbing 6 of each and just like shoving them into her grass bag that she made for herself.
Okay. You're also able to scan the bed itself. And you get the blueprint for the... Let me see what it's called in here.
Interior grow bed?
Or exterior grow bed.
Exterior.
Exterior.
Yep, grow bed. That is
So,
what it's called.
Susie also like takes a whole bunch of pictures of like the area for herself for reference and stuff. And then she teleports back to the teleporter room with this look of absolute glee. She's drenched to the bone. Her bag is stuffed to the brim, and she looks like the happiest person ever. We're not alone. She's like grinning ear to ear as she says this. And they're not robots.
Anything more than that? Or...
Oh no! And then she starts handing you like if she hands you the big bag of food. It's like it showed me where to find better food. Oh, also I know how to make garden beds now, so we can regrow things.
Susie,
yeah.
were you in the village?
Well, yeah. You guys got me to run out and get more supplies.
Right. Was the thing you found in the village?
Yeah.
So where'd you find the vegetables, Susie?
Well, it wanted me to follow it.
By
So
yourself?
I made sure I didn't go very far. I mean, it's not
Without
like Owen
messaging
had-
us or telling anyone that you were going outside the village?
You
But
followed an
it
alien
was
creature?
wearing it was wearing clothes.
Susie,
It was wearing clothes.
I don't care if it was wearing a,
That's a
a
sign.
shirt
That is a
saying,
sign
welcome
of.
humans, I won't eat you.
And it's a sign of shared intelligence. If it wanted to hurt me, it could have. It did. It wanted to show they're intelligent.
You took a massive risk without telling anyone. If you didn't
Would
show
you
back up,
Would you have let me go? If
Susie,
I'd asked?
all you had to do was message us and one of us would have come with you. Instead, you went off on your own, just like 2 other people already have, just like you did last time, and we didn't know where you were. We can't keep doing this.
So plus, I kind of discovered those things like yesterday, so I'm the one that gets to name them.
Gross.
What? Okay. Why did nobody tell me that there's an intelligent alien that I might be able to, possibly
Maybe.
start some sort of communication with? Because I'm the only person here who knows anything about nature.
I mean, maybe if someone wasn't wandering away from the village all the time, we could tell her more things.
Oh, how the terms
Oh,
have tabled.
excuse me. I've been busy doing things that y'all wanted.
Yeah, Owen is very just clearly being just being shitty for fun at this point.
Oh, and Susie actually looks upset at that.
Alison is also upset.
It's I'm trying to make sure that I get an adult. I'm trying to make sure that all of you are happy that I am a responsible child. And she's saying,
Susie, I don't
like
care if you're
scared
15 or if you're 50. We had a discussion about this twice.
I'm sorry. It was stupid. I'm sorry.
Thank you. In future, just let one of us know and we'll happily tag along. That's all I ask.
She gives Tamsin a look like, yeah, right.
And Tamsin gives her a look like, I don't give a shit. Like she's fed up. She is so fed up with this shit.
Having this conversation the third time.
The third fucking time.
In 2 days.
And the fact the first time was when Susie got hurt is like, are you fucking really?
All right. So fast forwarding a little bit. In the interest of time, and I'm going to say that over the course of the evening, obviously not being able to really go outside a whole lot, you're able to get a lot of the books translated. Do you share with the class what they say?
I don't know. Owen very much still wants to leave this island. And I feel like I haven't gotten a good gauge on if people just want to ride this fucking storm out or not.
You didn't really tell us much more than, oh yeah, there's an alien facility or
You
whatever.
have not told. Nobody's told Susie that y'all want to go down to the alien facility because
Yeah, there's
no.
also that.
Because
We are
someone
not
walked out
talking.
of the village and wasn't here to talk about it.
Oh my god, Owen's such a troll.
It's just me, or is the storm making it kind of hot in here? Whew.
Did we find Owen on 4chan? What the fuck is going on?
And to be fair
Oh
to
my
Tamsin, Owen does not have any plan besides let's just go to this fucking place and see what's there. Because it's not
Yeah.
here and there might be shit there.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
I guess-
Susie remembers us being chased out of there by robots.
No! You ran away from me because you thought I was coming to kill you. He's having this discussion now with you.
Oh,
So just-
are we having
just
the
to
actual
be-
discussion in character? Because if you tell her that we're going down there, I have a thing
He
planned.
would have pitched it. He can't decide that. But that is he thinks would be a good plan.
No. That thing is filled with killer robots.
No, we met 2 of them.
I saw eyeballs for 100.
That sounds fake. You didn't mention that before.
I was screaming and pushing the subs out.
So you didn't really get a great look because you were nervous?
No, I got a very good look, and that's why I was screaming.
I don't know. I still think it's the
There
most
was one amongst them who seemed to have a difficult time because if I remember correctly, they were talking about it like it's like a hive mind situation. They're all singular minds, but they're all as one currently in the robotic transfer. I'm not sure if they even started out as organic or not. I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember everything. It's really difficult.
No, I think we think they might have, and then they became. We don't know. I can't remember if they turned into robots as part of their punishment or if they did that before they got imprisoned. But the point of the matter is, we can get more of this information.
I think the robots
if
was
we
how
went
they were
there.
trying to survive their punishment in order to get off of this planet.
I'm just saying, if we're trying to sort out team good alien robot and team bad alien robot, as opposed to the only two that you and I spoke
It's
to,
more which
we
ones
can
want to
gather
go
more
after
information.
Earth.
I mean, none of them can leave without us anyway.
Yeah.
So it's a moot point as we gather more info. And also, not an earthquake island in the middle of a monsoon. I feel like that is not a point we're stressing enough.
It's at the bottom of the ocean, guarded by something larger than the Leviathan, than the Reaper.
Which we get to skip past because of this lovely device.
No, the tentacles can come up inside.
Then don't go towards the edge of it. And you've got your emergency button to get back here.
I don't like this. I'd rather stay up here.
Okay, I'm just saying I think it's worth a trip there. I'd like to go at some point. I thought this was a good time to do it because I don't want to get like a fucking tree blown into me in the middle of a storm and that's how we die.
No, the roots here are too deep. They're designed. These trees are designed for this weather. They're like palm trees. They're not going to come up so easy.
Did Tamsin tell us what the island looked like underneath? Or no?
She hasn't had fucking time. In amongst all this shit,
if we get that information, I don't trust anything on this fucking island to actually stay in place.
I think Tams is probably keeping that close to her chest because she's like, I don't want to add more to this fucking pot.
For all we know,
There's
it's like
already
one.
too much.
For all
I'm
we
just
know, it's like
throwing
one
this out
fucking
there.
particle layer on the bottom, and everything's just like flimsy and ready to fly around like a cheap Hollywood set.
Just throwing it out there. If only there were books that could be read that would explain some of this stuff.
I can
I will
feel
start.
the anger.
I'm going to
reading off
angry
of
read
it.
some of the books while people
Susie
say
looks
my
it over
ideas
and over and
bad.
is like, besides, why do you want more alien shit that you have to translate? You got enough alien shit right there. You got to translate. Points to the books.
It's hard to read in the middle of a fucking hurricane.
We're inside. It's dry. It's warm. I brought food.
Well,
feel
I will
like this is
angry
just
read
like-
a book.
I feel like
I'm
it's,
going-
it's like an MMO where there's like a giant quest marker and somebody's running around going, I can't find the next step in the quest.
TC's gonna look to Allison while all this fucking bullshit is happening, and is just gonna like kind of like a gesture their head behind them. Once they get away from the group, they go, okay, so I think there's a lot of baggage between these folks.
They can't communicate at all. Like
No, it's honestly, I would say it's like herding cats, but cats, you know, they at least don't actively try to sabotage each other.
I mean, that's, I don't know. I mean, if we can't cooperate, we'll die out here.
Yeah. So it's
And-
obvious they have the skills they need to survive, or they wouldn't have lasted this long. But we gotta make sure that something's happening here that's not happening right now. This is how we start to splinter.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this. I don't want to sound like a Francis because I don't, but if they spend few months here without radios, they maybe stopped talking. They forgot
Yeah.
how to talk or something like that.
Mhm.
Because this kid went after an alien.
Yeah.
I don't how does it even happen? Because if she had a radio, she probably just asked.
It,
I mean,
it
we really-
was. I had a conversation with her yesterday, and I thought I really broke through. And it was just asking for help. And this morning she did. I thought, maybe I'd kind of gotten through. And then this shit. So I don't know.
And this thing with alien robots, that probably was before your time, right?
Yeah. I
And
was
they are
only here
talking-
a day before you. 2 days.
And they are talking about it now, like they
Yeah.
haven't even talked about it before. And
Yeah, no, I haven't heard shit about this. They've been pretty quiet on the whole history issue. So I think you and I have got to be a little bit more proactive in asking questions, because I don't think they're gonna lie, but I don't think they're gonna volunteer any information.
yeah, communication is the key to everything. But in situations like this, I mean,
We don't know what we don't know, so there is no such thing as a stupid question.
I didn't mean us. I mean, like, I don't know what kind of training you all had. I mean, before this trip, I know most of the colonies were just volunteers that simply got a place.
Yeah, that's that's not my situation, unfortunately. I was sentenced to leave. It was not
Like,
necessarily voluntary.
Like you were in debt and you had to pay it off by volunteering.
No, as in I destroyed some real expensive stuff, trying to clean up a mess.
Allison is taken aback a little by that.
I'm aware. Yeah, you might have seen the name Titan Creek on the news.
Raven,
a few
did I?
times.
Yeah, probably.
So, what Bosco official information channel said about this individual?
It said that he was a former Bosco employee that went postal and started like going after various facilities.
Wow.
Did not necessarily not actively trying to kill people, but definitely doing massive amounts of damage.
Probably labeled as like an eco-terrorist by Bosco.
Definitely 100% eco-terrorist label.
That's actually how I described your character to somebody.
Yeah, he is. That is a very fitting. That is what he is. He's an eco-terrorist. It's yeah. So
Okay, Allison has no idea what is she supposed to be afraid of most.
now, not everything that you saw on the news is obviously true. I'm here trying to get off just like everybody else, and I'm worried that I'm not the biggest liability among us, and that makes me real nervous.
Okay, Raven.
Mhm.
I have a trait of gullible. So, who do I believe? Bosco News channel or TC Now? That's a tough question.
Raven, I do
Probably
want to.
whoever's talking.
I want to
me.
throw in there that I do have the enemy flaw for Bosco.
Oh, mortal enemy?
Yeah.
Okay. So gullible is you are clueless and believe just about anything you hear. Take a -5 to your gut feeling, discipline, and empathy skill checks. So yeah, you could roll
Okay.
a gut feeling here to see if which one
Okay,
you
but-
believe, but it's at a -5.
Okay, but that's okay. If that will answer my question, then I will roll. Gut feeling. So who is telling the truth? You tell me. 15.
In this case, Bosco rarely ever tells the truth or the whole truth, so probably TC in this instance, I would assume. But I think Allison is probably sticking with the company line with only a 15. So yeah, you're probably more inclined to believe Bosco.
So, yeah, I knew you would say it in this situation like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not telling anything about this. Oh. I'm clearly afraid of you. You don't
Yeah.
need a high roll to spot this.
No, I understand. If you don't believe me, that's fine. That's why I'm being forthright about why I'm here. But I do have a very good set of skills for this particular environment. And I wanted to make sure that you were aware of who you were trying to survive with. If I could ask you one question, I would really appreciate your answer.
Yes, of course. What's the question?
You've only been, I've only been here 2 days longer than you. And it's already starting to slip the kind of the comforts back home, what comforts there were. What's the last thing you remember smelling before you got on the ship?
She is visibly weirded out by this question, but she will answer. So yeah, that would be my certainly question, Trevi. That's probably. Was there any scent of any noticeable scent when she was going to sleep, or being put in the pod?
Probably not. Like the cryopod area is probably pretty sterile, and has that sort of hospital scent. But before you got on the ship, it could have been anything, especially being a kindergarten
I mean,
teacher.
no, that's the last thing. So that would be the hospital scent. Okay, that's what I was thinking of. I mean, when we entered the pods, there was this sterile environment that smells like every hospital I've been working in. I have some nurse training, so I remember that scent well. So that was the last thing I remember about
Try to hold
before
on to
I
that.
got to sleep.
Try to hold on. It's mine's already starting to slip. It was wet cotton. It's a real nice smell. It's a smell of coexistence and just something fitting where it should. It's nice. It's earthy, but it's still fresh. And I don't know. The water here is drinkable, but it doesn't smell right. Not on the clothes, anyway.
Allison says nothing, but she is clearly weirded out by this conversation and shaken.
Not super good with people. It's fine. Just kind of rambling. well, I kind of sorry. I hope this wasn't yeah. I just didn't want to keep you in the dark. It sounds like they've stopped yelling. Ready to go back. I can walk in front of you if you want.
She didn't think. She has this light in her eyes, like she didn't even think about this until you said this. Oh my god. You're so gonna die. I'm gonna die. No, she said, and then she just walks. Not watch.
I'll let her get a good few steps ahead
Looking back.
before I start going.
Not looking back. Not looking back.
All right. So, question. After all the arguing and discussing is done, does Owen read the freaking books?
Yep, he's got the books are in a stack in the middle of the teleporter, waiting to go when anyone agrees with me. But I'm reading in the meantime.
Okay.
Unless anyone wants to take Owen out on another trip. Anybody want to go show me something?
I should mention there's a lot of lightning outside that could hit people if they go outside. No. All
Will
right.
everyone gather around? I would love to tell y'all a long story. A lot
Susie looks
deviant.
at Owen. Like,
Here are the-
Owen, do you want somebody to go down with you?
And all of a sudden, the island exploded inexplicably.
Let me teach you the 99 best knots for tying this grass together.
My God.
Yes, I read the goddamn books. Finally, I read the books.
It's been like 3 episodes.
I love how hard you've been trying to get us to read these goddamn books.
I would think that you were used to this from Animus, but I mean, this is a whole nother level.
It is. All right, so I'm going to tell you what the books say, and then I'll let you decide if Owen shares it with the class. So, I'm going to summarize. I know, right, Michael? All right, so you got a few books from each sort of time period that was on the shelves in the temple, and the gist of it is that these group of aliens, this particular nation called the Rylans, established the systems on this planet to take care of their less desirables. Bless you.
Excuse me.
So, some sort of empire. There's again, you're getting a lot of like synonyms for certain characters that are on these. But best as you can figure, they had some sort of empire of incredibly long time ago, and this was set up as a prison planet. And the last big transport of prisoners to be sent here had some various groups. There was a religion in their empire that the leaders did not appreciate. They viewed it as a threat, and so basically they took an entire group of like religious leaders and followers for this religion and sent them here, along with more what you would expect prisoners, so people who had broken the law, like murder or theft or things like that, repeatedly, and also just some other like political prisoner type things. You get the idea that the Rylan Empire probably was not the best place to live in. They didn't seem like that great of people, but also there were some pretty not nice people that were sent here too. But initially they all tried to live together, but over the There's a character there that you can't quite make out, but it's either decades or centuries, and you're not sure. But it gives you the sense that these folks are very long-lived. Over the indeterminate period of time, factions grew, and the religious group, which focused on a worship of nature, split off a lot more. They wanted to kind of be off on their own. They lived a much simpler life than the rest of them, strayed away from technology, that sort of thing. There were the criminal element, who continued to act like criminals, and they would try to steal from that group. There were skirmishes. They were more a bigger tendency to be more violent and try to take what they wanted. And then you had the other group, which were basically just your average everyday citizens. They basically had been law-abiding, but had the wrong political views, so they were sent here. And they were sort of a middle ground. But over time, both they and the group, the criminal group, wanted to get off the planet, and began looking for ways to do so. Getting down to where the planetary systems were, trying to figure out how to turn off the gravity well around the planet that kept them from launching ships, things like that. And over time, they realized they were not going to live long enough to achieve that. And so started looking for ways, using the technology that the Rylans had left on the planet, to prolong their life. Long story short, they eventually achieved that, turned into the robot creatures that you've experienced, whereas the others had no desire to do so, and eventually had to flee from the robot versions of the prisoners, and that is how this island was made.
That was the religious crew had to flee.
Yeah, the religious group and the we'll call Group 3 the sort of middle ground between those two. So the religious group and the middle ground group formed their own sort of habitat or village or whatever away from the robot group, and eventually over time sort of just died out, from what you can tell. The religious groups sort of almost devolved. They kept seeking more and more to be one with nature, and started acting more and more like their surroundings, so other animals that were there, and things like that. And so tried to achieve like the simplest sort of simplest form of life possible. And from that, you're able to gather that the figures that you've been encountering, these aliens, are probably the descendants of those people. Yeah. And the middle ground group just eventually died off, and that's probably where all those graves came from that you noticed. But it also mentions that the robots did try to would try to raid them, and force some of these people into the robot forms and things like that. And so eventually they built this island that's floating and constantly moving to get away from them. And so that kind of explains who's here, why they are the ways that they are. There is also a mention that one of their the religious leaders, one of the more prestigious ones, I guess, or esteemed ones, respected, it flips through a bunch of synonyms, at one point was captured, and that he was known as the Philosopher, which is the one that Susie and Boris ran into.
I thought so. I wasn't sure if we got a name.
Kind of, Zan, I guess. I hadn't really thought about that. But yeah, so it's possible some of the more middle of the road group could be alive somewhere on the planet, but everyone in this village here seems to have died, and the houses were abandoned. And then there are obviously descendants of the nature worship religion, Rylands, here on the island.
Is it clear who wrote the books? Like which of these groups essentially I'm getting the perspective from?
Yeah, it's the
presumably like the religious group or like the middle group.
The middle group and some of the religious group, it looks like, are the ones that wrote it.
And then shit, I had another question in there and I've lost it. Yeah, sorry, blanking.
You're good. But yeah, long story short, the ones that are that have turned themselves into robots are largely just looking for power and longevity and getting off the planet, and have been alive for way longer than anyone should be alive.
Yeah, I'm getting that. My first thought on that decision was that was dumb as hell. Because they turned themselves into robots to be able to escape from their sentence, which they compounded fucking exponentially with that dumbass decision.
Essentially, yeah. And obviously found out after the fact that they couldn't achieve what they were setting out to achieve in the form that they had taken.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly this was discovered after the fact.
Yeah, I think like just in character thought wise for where I'm at, if that helps. I think Owen is still curious because we're getting this perspective. Essentially all the negative shit about this group has still come from outside of that group. So I have a hard time imagining it's as homogenous as the philosopher and this book have painted it as, but it's not a good picture. And
yeah.
I'm not blind to that. Like, I'm not in total fucking denial.
Yeah, and the Rylan Empire is obviously painted as super
also
bad
really
guys.
Shitty. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also from the perspective of the people who've been imprisoned here.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the story of the aliens that are here.
Now, Owen, tell us what you learned from reading the books.
How much of that does Owen share with the class?
Oh, let's act it out. Because I'm not sure yet. It'll depend on the questions. Right, so Space British Empire sent a bunch of people here to Space Australia. They factioned into groups. There was some sort of nature cult, and then like a group of mostly assholes, it seems like, and then like a middle group who may just be calling themselves the middle group because I think they wrote most of this and so kind of want to paint themselves great. But yeah, so prison planet, bunch of, like we kind of guessed, bunch of people that probably deserve to at least be in prison, but maybe not this shit, and then a bunch of people that didn't deserve it. Religious cult got more religious, got very into like trees and nature and bark, and eschewing everything else, and apparently devolved into cryptids. So, you know, if we, not that Susie wants us to devolve, but, you know, like following mindset of let's just breed fish until we're all happy, there's one path.
I should probably mention too, this was also important, that's just what they look like. Like in terms of physical appearance, like they still look the same, they're just acting different essentially.
I don't know, yeah. I don't clarify that.
Okay, that's fine. I forgot to clarify that. So
Yeah, so there was the religious group, and they apparently were all separate from the group that we've kind of met so far that's all robots, which we kind of did not get a whole lot of new information on them here. Like, yeah, a bunch of them were assholes and criminals and deserve to be in prison. Somehow they thought they couldn't find a way off the planet, so instead of just living with their life sentences that were already existent, they decided to extend their lives forever and hopefully get out of prison, which seems like a really dumb fucking bet to me, but I guess, hey, I'm not super alien race. So those are the people we've kind of met who need our help to get off the island. The people that wrote this that are kind of the good guys in their eyes just kind of, I guess, lived next door to the forest people. And then, yeah, occasionally Robot Group kept, like, pulling more people off to, like, I guess turn them into robots, either because they didn't figure out that didn't work yet, or I don't fucking know. They don't know why either, because they're in a different group. And it looks like they grabbed a major cult person at some point, the nature cult, and turned him into a robot, and I think that's probably who Boris and Susie talked to.
The word was like philosopher or something.
Yep, that's the
Yeah.
yeah. It's mostly coming through in pictures and synonyms, but like I'm seeing like some dude staring at like a scroll for a long time. So I think philosopher works. So I mean,
Wait,
yeah,
it's a pictograph language?
that may just be how it's translating some of it to me.
I mean, if it's gonna do that, it may as well just do meme formats.
I'll put in a user request for that to be updated in the next like software patch.
Actually, I wonder if memes would break them.
So I mean, like, this fills in the information on our Yeti people. I feel like it doesn't give us a whole lot of new information on the robot people, who
Also,
I think
they're not Yeti people. They're not hairy enough.
I mean, again, that's a placeholder name. I have not named the people I discovered yet.
Okay, well, what's the name in the book?
It's just synonyms. They can't translate proper nouns for me.
Well, does it have like a
actually give
species
you
name?
It does give you the name of Ryland Empire.
I'm not. Nope. Doesn't. If there's a name for these things, Owen's not reading it because he is naming them at some point.
Okay, that's fine.
Blue Yeti just sounds like some sort of like tech device.
But yeah, so I mean,
Some sort of microphone.
so they all essentially just tried to live in peace with nature on this fucking planet until they, I guess, just became more naturey and less what we would consider higher lifey, and are what they are now, which I don't know, still doesn't seem like none of the bullshit from any of these three groups sounds like a great end game to me.
I mean, the one that showed me to then pointed out the garden beds and stuff was pretty nice.
Sure, nice is great. I would also, yeah, nice is great. I don't feel like living. I don't want to. Not that we would even enjoy the benefits of devolving into cryptids in our lifetime, but that doesn't sound like fun to me. I'm glad they're nice. The one I met ran away.
Well, yeah, you're kind of scary.
I mean, I think their creepy fucking tongues and eyes are kind of scary, but I didn't say that because I thought it would be rude.
Well, actually, their eyes probably dictate that they're nocturnal. Did you notice how huge their pupils were? How you couldn't differentiate them from the iris at all?
I wasn't sure if there was a pupil or if it was just all solid black.
I'm pretty sure they're nocturnal. It explains why we never haven't seen them in the day. We're all acting diurnal.
I mean, sure. I mean, the creepy fucking tongue definitely seems like the primary sensory organ. But again, beyond the point, that does not interest me. As in, is an end evolutionary state to become. And again, that's way long-term goals. I'd just like to fucking leave this planet. Which at least from
Susie finally notices the raised head and looks to Allison. It's like, yeah?
At least, yeah. What's up, Allison?
How can you translate that?
Oh yeah, so Owen, when we went down with Boris, originally, got himself infected with alien nanites.
Didn't I explain this in Allison's presence earlier? That was the thing where I was saying it was an inhaler, it wasn't a lobotomy.
And TC is just going to look dead in Allison's eyes.
We are also going to die.
Well, hey, we've been doing really.
The
last death.
It does not mean anything. Nano, whatever the fucks, don't mean anything. 2 of us so far have gotten them that we know of. I'm clearly still a lovely person, with my sterling personality. Just because the other guy that got him is,
It's Wilfred.
a pretty objective, sketchy person, does not mean that everybody with nanobots is a sketchy person.
No, we established that, but you still got infected by nanobots.
Technology isn't an infection.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to give Allison your
So-
tablet and you can just send like bird
Wait.
messages? or
My
something?
tablet
Wait.
isn't in my bloodstream, Owen.
No,
Not
wait
yet.
a second. Hey, I'm gonna need y'all to shut the fuck up for just a second. Is this why you scanned me almost immediately?
Well, yeah, I also wanted to see if it was still gonna do the weird, like, jittery thing it does for everybody, but, that's
Cool,
actually
I
why we
would-
got you to pet the duck.
I would actually really love to see what it does when it tries to scan y'all, if it does something different for me.
Well, it did the same thing it does for all of us when I scanned you.
Nah, you gave me a normal one.
I scanned your wounds in the wreck, and the scan was coming okay. I mean, there was some stuff, but the reading was clear.
Yeah, but did it, like, stop for a moment and show, like, this weird-looking script that almost looked more like a glitch than anything else?
Raven, did it?
No.
I mean,
It did not.
When
No, it
Susie-
didn't.
When Susie scanned me and Wilfred before, there was like some bullshit syntax error. They all thought that they could use that to specify, I guess, who was alien mind controlled, until we figured out that everybody in our fucking group got that error.
And then we found out that quackers can detect the nanobots.
And Quackers still likes me that we use the Quackers test. Quackers doesn't hate me.
Okay,
And
I
if we're
guess
talking-
it's like
But he can
It-
tell.
deer
Important
headlights.
important point of context. If we're talking about weird enhancements to our bodies, I don't know that I could be wandering around the fucking island if I got impaled like a day ago. Your wounds seem to have healed up really fucking
Does
quick.
Susie have the scanner on her?
And she's like, well, fine. Here, I'll prove it to you.
I take the scanner out of your hand if I can.
That's mine.
Do you resist? I'm scanning myself using the same settings I did on Susie because I remember I was reprogramming it for some medical stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Has Allison consumed any water? Since she's
I
been-
mean, we didn't mention it, but since I'm like 36 hours here, that probably I assumed I did.
Okay. Then the same strange mineral that was present for Susie is also present with you, but otherwise your stuff comes back normal.
Oh, I just straight assume it's the nanobots they mentioned, and I start to cry.
TC was normal when you scanned him initially, right? He didn't get the error.
Susie is looking kind of freaked out that Allison's starting to cry. She's just like, puts her head, and she's like, "Are you okay?"
We have the alien stuff running in our veins, and we all. I mean, I just woke up and I did nothing, and now
Well,
I'm.
actually, I think
have
that's the
this
same
alien stuff.
mineral from the water filtration system on the island, because that's like the same sort of mineral error code as I got when I was scanning the bottom of the lake we've been getting water from.
Oh, so I scan Owen now.
Owen has the same mineral.
But does he have something else?
I'm trying to remember. Did the scanner show something specific with Owen and Wilfred before?
No. Because that was the big mind fuck. I feel like last season was like they scanned us initially and got one error, and then got identical errors when we finally used it on everyone else.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to double check. So yeah, that's it. Everything else comes back normal.
And no error now.
No error. No.
Okay, so I have to assume, since Owen has some nanobots, that I have to assume this stuff is nanobots. Anyway.
It might be. I mean, we only know that I got those ones through the inhaler. We don't know what it's all. Everything on this fucking planet's alien that we've been eating and drinking. We don't know what we've been getting. I don't know how old these books are. Do I know how old these books are?
Yeah.
Decades / centuries old. I don't know.
The initial books were it goes back about 1,000 years. Yeah. You don't know how long ago the last book was written, but the first book was 1,000 years before the last book.
Enough time for a third of the fucking inhabitants of this planet to devolve into 8 people. So we've only got their history. Who knows what they've done to this planet in the meantime between now and then. It's information that we're not going to get here, and it's not, as TC has been very good about pointing out for a lot of our concerns, it's shit we can't do anything to change right now. So let's not worry about it yet.
Tomorrow, because I feel like tonight everybody's fuse is a little bit short. Tomorrow, over breakfast, I would really appreciate as much of a day-by-day log of what's happened while y'all were here in the morning. I think that would go a long way in rebuilding some bridges that might have been damaged tonight.
You people clearly have some problems.
Wait, you broke the bridge? Campson's gonna be pissed.
I think this is I think Lyle's, or not Lyle, I think I'm confused too, because I'm just used to I don't think we've been in a group that didn't have this bullshit squabbling every so often, so Owen's just this is just normal, right? What bridge?
You people need to learn to communicate. It's essential for our survival. I mean, I was waiting, come on. I was waiting for you to tell them that we are on the artificial island that's some green stuff on the bottom and it's floating.
Wait, what?
All right, everybody. So I'm going to see y'all tomorrow, and I don't feel like there's any amount of knowledge tonight that's going to change our situation. Am I wrong?
I mean, I don't think I'm going to find anything else in this book that's useful for us, and to be clear, I mean, there were points in time in the past where we were having arguments and I was worrying that certain members of the group were going to stab or shoot other members of the group. But I feel like at this point we've kind of developed, those of us that have been awake for more than a few days, I will say these squabbles are well intended.
These squabbles are jarring and a precursor to violence.
Nobody here is gonna hurt anyone.
Maybe not intentionally.
Even if nobody hurts anyone, then we are simply going to die one by one by going alone into the.
I said I was sorry.
New girl is dark.
I realized I realized I attacked the one kid in the group, and I don't know. Oh my god! I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I just mean. Oh my god! Sorry.
Susie goes off to sulk and play with grass.
No, I can't let that happen.
Oh no.
I will follow you.
She's making mats and like blankets and stuff so we can like close up windows and whatnot in the buildings.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say it. Just come out.
Since we're over on time, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up here. But as the two of you walk off, you see a text notification to the group chat of Tamsin saying that she's going to the fridge, and you all look around and Tamsin's not there, and that's where we'll end.
I should state neither is Lyle.
Oh yeah, neither is Lyle.
Okay.
Is that better or worse?
Yeah. But to yell at Tamsin for not following her own goddamn advice.
That's right. I forgot. Lyle's going too. Yeah, Lyle is too. All right, that was fantastic. I'm so glad I finally got to explain who these freaking aliens are.
How difficult is it to get
a
your
season and a
players to
half.
read a damn book?
Apparently very hard.
I mean, to be fair, only one of us could read the book, and it was.
Owen.
Ugh.
To be fair, Owen tried to read this book at the beginning of the fucking episode.
Tune in next time for Family Counseling Part 2.
I love how Allison and TC are bonding though over.
Yeah.
Okay, these
I'm getting
people-
massive
weird.
Walking Dead vibes from those two.
Yeah.
We're definitely not bonding. I think Allison hates me more now than she did when today
No,
started.
I don't hate you. I'm just afraid of you. That's not exactly the
Yeah.
same.
Meanwhile, Owen thinks this
that's
is the
fair.
most we've communicated and gotten along since we got on this fucking planet.
Susie apologized, like actually legit apologized.
Took her a
That's
bit, but
true.
she got there, yeah.
It's just addressing all the problems so the healing can start, right?
Just another day on this fucking planet.
We're just airing
You've dragged
everything
me into
fucking
your
out.
madness.
Yep.
I will explain that later.
Yep. Because riding on a bucking island in the middle of a storm is the best time to air out things.
It's right up there with sandbox therapy.
Yep.
I'm just gonna say.
God, that was so.
It's it's what we need
It
right
took
now.
all of us being the most awkward to finally unawkward ourselves.
Yep. Hey, Admin. But with that, we're gonna go on a raid here in just a bit. Here's our raid cry, SS Bouncy Island. But before we do, though, I'm gonna let everybody say what their favorite part was, where we can find them next, anything else they'd like to plug or share. Starting with Jay.
Oh my god, I don't know. I really don't know. I think it's probably a tie between so this is something that Alex may not have known, but when you left, Alex, and it switched back to us, my first thing out of my mouth was like, so where's Susie? She hasn't messaged. It's been a while. Like,
Oh
so,
boy!
yeah, I was sitting there debating if I should mention it, that Susie hasn't told anyone where she's gone. So it was probably a tie between that
She
and
was like fighting with herself. She's like, if I tell them, they'll tell me to come back, and they will
Yeah,
tell
right,
me not to follow
right.
this. But
She's
I
like,
need
"Ah,
to follow this.
better to ask for forgiveness. Yeah. I think it's a tie between that and a tie between Owen just really wanting to go full hog into that alien. Because like as a player, I really wanted to go into that alien facility. I never got to go. But as a character, Tamsin would, it wasn't even an option in her mind because there wasn't enough like to go on. But I loved how adamant he was about it, despite not having much of a plan beyond it.
It's
Just
even worse that he
friendly
purposely
alien.
waited till Susie was gone.
It was fantastic. This was, I mean, honestly, this kind of felt like being a kid again in my household growing up. So it was interesting seeing it from a non related standpoint where I could just be like, I could just leave. Oh, I could just leave. And I did message Raven that probably like 15 minutes before the end. So y'all were still arguing, and I'm just like, I'm not gonna say anything because I'm not there. Yeah, otherwise you can find me here on Saturday for Animus Absentus as always, and you can just see me on Twitter at Alien Jace. That was it. This was fantastic. This really made my day.
I'm glad. Next, Econorlax, what was your favorite part? Where can we find you? And anything else you'd like to share or plug?
I mean, it's not my favorite part, but it's telling. I mean, I just imagine maybe why this group is so dysfunctional, why we are getting this dysfunctionality played out so well. I mean, maybe I think it's because every one of us tries to play a character on the brink of a mental breakdown, and everybody's simply doing too good a job, and this balancing on this edge makes us unable to cooperate with each other. But then I realized it maybe is an accident, because I was simply wanted to say that maybe we won't murder each other, but if we don't cooperate, we will die one by one. And I simply said it, and I realized after I said it that it makes me look like I'm pointing to Susie. It wasn't my intention at all to use her as example. In fact, I'm a kindergarten teacher. Lashing out on a kid would be the last thing I would do, but it looked like I did. And I don't know, maybe this entire campaign is just a streak of accidents, one by one after another, that
It
makes
kind
us
of
so damn
is.
dysfunctional.
And I admit, I am playing. Susie woke up to find out she was replacing her parent.
I mean, you made me act out of character despite not having an opportunity to play in character at all, because I just woke up here. Come on. What's wrong with this game?
I'm sorry, I'm doing a real good job, I think, of playing a traumatized 15-year-old.
No, and I don't know what happened. How could I do?
Well, that's the thing, is Allison's also stressed out and didn't think. Like, that's the thing, is all of us
exactly
are stressed to the point where we're all breaking.
Nobody is thinking. We are just stretched so thin. We don't. I mean,
We're paddling in the water.
We are doing too good of a job playing this group. That's all. And this is my favorite thing in this game. And you can find me next tomorrow or the day after tomorrow streaming on my own channel. That's happening, and I'm dead set on doing it.
Awesome. Yeah, this whole group is amazing at playing stressed out people trying to survive on a hostile alien planet.
You told us at the beginning you wanted us to play this believably.
Oh yeah, no, I'm all here for it. Next, Pat, what was your favorite part? Where can we find you? And anything you want to share or plug?
Tonight was just great. My favorite part was a combination of Owen kind of getting to just mess with Susie and play like bullshit older brother, like shitty arguments with her about like, well, maybe if you were around more, we would have told you more. And then just how the entire episode was just accidental reveal after accidental reveal into another accidental reveal as everybody's bullshit came out. Yeah. I'm Pat. I'm a Tactric on Twitter and Twitch. You can catch me next tomorrow on my Twitch channel with Alex and a bunch of other wonderful
No,
people.
unfortunately, it's been
No?
canceled.
Has it? I didn't see that.
Yes,
You can-
unfortunately, it is one of our GM's partner's birthdays, and
Oh.
he'd really like to spend it with them.
Yeah. You can catch us at some point soon in the future on Wednesdays, playing in a really fun Lancer campaign. Sci-fi and mechs and
We play
Lots
very
of great
different
stuff.
characters in
Yes.
that game.
yeah. We left off really with my character killing a person for the first time in ever.
Yeah,
Which
and my
that'll
character
be-
realizing that he's been partnered with people who haven't killed people before.
That'll be fun to come back to when we get to it.
Oh goodness. All right. Anything else that you wanted to share or plug?
No, that's it. I'm good.
All right. Next, we've got Zan. What was your favorite part? Where can we find you? And anything you want to share or plug?
Yeah. Oh man, this was good. I think my favorite part was probably the combination of TC's kind of like lack of inherent social grace, like lack of subtlety, I suppose. The Bosco brand propaganda, and the fact that like he has the mortal enemy flaw of Bosco coming together to just completely terrify Allison, because the whole intent of pulling her aside like that was to be like, okay, hey, everybody here is losing their shit, but you and me got to stay calm, and we have to get the others calm. We haven't broken yet. We have to fix the rest of them. We have to fucking get everyone on the same page, or it's all gonna go ass up. And took a gamble on revealing that information. The gamble did not turn out well, and now TC is the only one who's just like, well, I mean, fuck, man, I could live here for the rest of my life. It wouldn't suck, but yeah, it's not really what I want to do. But yeah, then and I'm Zan. I'm a professional GM, DM, content creator, all that good stuff for 5e World of Darkness powered by the Apocalypse and a whole bunch of other great little games out there. Additionally, I am running a survey on my Twitter right now, which I am about to put into chat. If anybody wants to help me design a weird little hyper-violent Pokemon game, go hop on there and help me with some questions. I'd really appreciate it. Additionally, yeah, I was pretty happy just a second ago to hear that Patrick's going to be running a one-shot on his channel this Wednesday. That's going to be real exciting. Real courageous of him to volunteer like that. And,
Oh, are you?
Oh man,
Do
that's
you have
real.
do you have players for your one shot?
Pat has left the channel.
Yeah. I guess now that I've terrified Pat away, my job's done. Oh, you can
I
find me
love
on
how
Twitter
we
at
still see his
Insanity
curls.
TTRPG
That's
or
opposite.
or insanitygaming.com.
just the one hand up from the desk. Oh god. Fantastic. And last but not least, Alex, what was your favorite part? Where can we find you? Anything else you want to share or plug?
Fuck. There was so many. How long before we find weed? Because I know a character who needs it.
It's called The Bridge.
Yep. And boy, howdy, I have a funny feeling if we had weed, Hamza would be like the first one rolling and smoking.
Dealing with all y'all, I need it.
Susie's trying. She's trying, but it's difficult to try when there's, oh my god, there's an alien and it's being friendly and it wants me to follow but they'll tell me no if I tell them. But they'll tell
That
me
doesn't
not to
make it
follow.
okay.
if I tell them, like the moment of like actual like, okay, I have to think about what I want to do. I want to follow this thing. Okay, But what would Susie do? Susie's been trying so damn hard to get them to see her as an adult. It's an alien!
To be fair,
Would've
two
taken
other
one
adults already
message.
did that. So
Oh yeah,
Would've-
and she also watched. Lyle's been just like gently berated for all this. Also, Owen didn't really get in trouble.
you didn't see it.
I got a stern talking to.
Yeah,
That's
lots
all
of-
Lyle got talking to too.
You
I
got
didn't get-
stern talking tos.
I
That's
didn't
it.
get any sterner
She
a
can-
talking to.
She can handle a stern talking to, and like, she's healing real well, like freakishly well. Like, but she hasn't developed any other abilities. It's just this whole thing, and Raven, your absolute frustration as you desperately tried to not railroad us into reading the book, but at the same time be like, "There's a storm. How much more time do you need to read a book?"
Yeah. I've literally it's either I can't remember if it's the past 2 or the past 3 episodes that I've made a tweet for him like, tonight we find out some more about the the planet and the aliens and stuff, and it's like, just kidding.
I've been like, oh cool, we're gonna find out. Oh well, we didn't really learn much that we didn't already know, so maybe
Nope.
maybe it's something that we were supposed to remember, but something we already knew, or nope.
Nope, you just gotta read the damn book.
Yeah, this group had a backlog of arguments to catch up on.
Yep.
Oh god, and like the fact that this is probably the most communication and getting on board that they've done in ages. Also, I have discovered Susie really likes being told she's done something good. It's just like oh, so TC is probably gonna end up with like a puppy following him around.
You know, that would solve the problem of going off alone. So that's not the worst outcome.
Ooh.
I don't know. It's, maybe if Susie was at the camp more.
I'm sorry, she likes to like keep busy and make sure we don't all die of exposure.
She's the only one doing that. She's absolutely the only one doing it.
Oh yeah, nobody.
I promise I'm just giving you shit. It's not.
Maybe,
Oh yeah,
maybe
yeah.
if you
no,
called
I-
home to check in more frequently.
It does crack me up how much of like the dysfunctional family roles a lot of these characters take. Owen's definitely the shitty older brother. Tamsin's the mom. Oh, it's great.
Susie's the 15-year-old.
Yep.
Also,
TC.
for TC, my plan is Susie's just gonna send over like all the pictures that she's taken since being on the island, and they're dated. She's taken pictures multiple times every single day. She takes pictures of every new species they encounter. She takes pictures of new locations they encounter.
It's true.
Plants. She takes pictures of everything.
Is TC ready to read through a 15-year-old's Instagram feed for like the several months we've been here?
Okay, correction. An Instagram of a teenager who's obsessed with marine biology.
Now, see, that's a little bit more yes. It's a legitimate. It is a fast and efficient way to catch me up on a lot of the stuff that's happened. What was important when the pictures started being taken and what was important recently are probably going to change. So I'm looking forward to seeing the difference in the style of photos there.
Yeah.
She did also take pictures of the alien underground base too.
That's true. And then where can we find you? And anything else you want to share or plug there, Alex?
Well, I dropped the link earlier in the chat. I'm not sure where it is right this second. But so I recently, well, not recently. It's been about 2 years in the works. But I got one of my pieces about 2 years ago, got into a gallery for a show over at in Vancouver, and while it was there, it was noticed by a professor of gender studies, and she sent me a message requesting to use my piece as the cover for the winter edition of Feminist Formations, which is one of the big feminist and gender studies magazines out of John Hopkins University Press. And so yeah, mine's the my piece is the cover. It's called Fish and Wood, and it was just a little abstract piece that I really liked and kind of had fun with, and was experimenting with stuff, and I guess people like that shit. So yeah, that's kind of my big news. Is it's officially been published and it's like available for $20. I don't make any more money off of it, but it's kind of cool, and it's got some really cool essays in it too, as well as some really cool poetry. So yeah, you can find me around, usually here or on Patrick's channel on Wednesdays. I mean, especially if he's going to be doing a one-shot tomorrow night. Pat, what's this I hear about?
I know, it's so
For
exciting.
The Queen? Are you running a For the Queen game?
See, Pat, I was actually gonna
crazy if that was happening. You know,
that I was actually gonna
Oh.
talk to you about. Like, I might know somebody who's willing to do a Roots one shot.
Ooh.
You know, maybe.
Yes, you can find me at CanCast Art on Twitter or Twitch. I don't come on Twitch very often. I've been having some massive anxiety issues last while, and we're readjusting some of my meds and stuff, and hopefully it gets a bit better so I get back on and arting regularly on my Twitch. But yeah, if you want to come hang out and see a disabled artist do digital art using a mouse and sharing techniques and stuff on how to draw using a mouse, yeah, come visit me.
All right. And that just leaves me. First of all, because I want to make sure that I don't forget, thank you so much to Dr. Alejandro and Quiet Deviant for hitting our viewer action goal tonight. Much appreciated, and I loved the way that the asset got using. It was great, and one of the crits already too, to just teleport Susie into the sub while it's bucking up and down on the waves. And yeah, so favorite part, Tamsin's utter and complete lack of fucks left to give is just great. I'm really enjoying that. Allison, I mean, surprisingly keeping it together despite everything. Like all things considered, I think Allison is handling all of this pretty well. But just the constant big eyes and wait, what? Like she just barely gets processed something, and then somebody comes with something else that's just outlandish and wild.
We're on the alien planet. It's a prison. Okay. Oh, one of my companions is a criminal too. Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah.
Roller coaster.
By the way, the island we're on, it's fucking floating. There's nothing attached to it.
Yep. With Owen, how much Owen was trolling this episode honestly was my favorite Owen part. That was just great. TC being like, okay, so I'm gonna have to carry this whole group, aren't I?
I'm too old. My back's my back's.
Oh, you can fuck off with that. I think I outranked you.
Yeah, you are old.
I've been doing the carrying for a whole season. Thanks.
And then just Susie's you could picture it, visualize the gears turning with like, there's an alien that's intelligent and leading me here, but I'm not supposed to go off alone. But like that decision-making process was just great. And the reactions and everything. The whole episode was a lot of fun. I also enjoyed despite the frustration, just being like, okay, it's just like, if only there were books that would explain this thing that you're asking about right now. That was fun. It was funny and fun. And I'm glad that now you know who the Rylands are. Finally. Yeah, so that was all the favorite moments. Where you can find me next, I'll be back here tomorrow at the same time, 6 p.m. Mountain Time, playing Niklaus Sebastian Adama, who is Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde type character in an underwater city. It's a game very much so inspired by Bioshock that my friend Vanessa made and GMs. It's a lot of fun. Definitely come check that out. Then we've still got Star Wars on Thursday, Beyond the Wall and In the Mouth of the Beast Below on Friday, and Time Travelers and Animus on Saturday. For the rest of this week. Other things to share or plug are sponsors, Fundamental RPG and Intrepid. Fundamental RPG 2nd Edition is the system that this game was built on. Water obviously has some extra mechanics and things that I've built on as well to give it that sort of Subnautica-esque flavor. But the core system is Fundamental RPG 2nd Edition. It's available for pre-order. Should be releasing first week of March. And it's available for pre-order up until the 28th at the discounted price. And then after that, it'll go up a little bit as we hit the official release date. And then Intrepid is adventuring gear for real life. So if you like athletic, outdoors, or casual wear, or cool accessories like water bottles and mouse pads and things like that, and would like to have those with a really cool tabletop theme to them, you can check that out. Both of those things can be found at both Fundamental and Intrepid can be found at coffee.com/raven/shop. Just like it says at the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, just add /shop to the end of it. And you can find all that there, along with some other cool Blackfeather Guild merch and things like that. And then if you would like to catch up on previous episodes or other shows that we've done in the past, you can do so on YouTube by looking up Blackfeather Guild. And then here in the next couple of days, you should be able to find us on the Fantasy Network as well at watch.thefantasy.network/videos. And that's where we will have all of our ongoing content once that's finished being updated. I think that's everything, so we're going to go on a raid now. Our raid cry is SS Bouncy Island. You can copy that right out of chat, and we're going to go raid, just making sure they're still online. Yep, we're going to go raid Nerdsmith, or We Are Nerdsmith. Really good channel, a bunch of really nice folks over there. I've GM'd a one-shot and played in a one-shot over there before, and done some other work with some of the staff over there. They're absolutely fantastic. Definitely give them a follow if you're not doing so already, and say hello. And yeah, that is everything. So I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody.